Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here for our regular County Council meeting on February 26th. I would like to call this meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. We will start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. We have joining us via Zoom is Councillor Stasiak and Councillor Capitania.
Good morning.
Good morning. We are looking at the approval of the agenda. Do we have any additions, deletions, or changes, corrections? Please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Again, I propose we delete pages 121 through 155 and 168 through 181 on the basis that the minutes of other bodies are inappropriate in a council agenda. On a 190-page agenda, that's over 60 pages of paper that we just stuff in for no reason at all.
Thank you. I think we've done this for the last two agendas as well, and my answer or my comment back to that is the same. I feel personally, not only are these agendas for council, but they are for the public. Our reports can be in the form of minutes, especially considering minutes will give us the accurate information. If you're having several reports from several areas, you might get different perspectives. So this will give you the absolute confirmation. So I would be opposed to removing those particular minutes from the agenda. Go ahead, please, Councillor.
Well, I like them. I meet a ratepayer sometimes, and I can show them the agenda. I can show them the information that we have, and it comes in very helpful, especially in the people in the far north where they haven't got access to some of this stuff. And yeah, I would like to just keep them.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Deputy Reid Mins and then Councillor Chan.
Yeah, I guess I'll just call a spade here. I put these minutes and agendas in there just due to the fact that it gives what we were discussed at the meeting, and that on not just on my perspective. It gives a discussion on the meeting of what took place there. So that's why I keep putting these on, and I will be voting against taking them off, but I will move motion to after that to accept to approve the agenda. But I'm actually getting tired of this.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Chamsic.
I echo those thoughts as they are for us and also for the residents.
Okay, thank you. Are there any? I have Councillor Capitaniak and then Councillor Hall, please.
Good morning. And just to echo, it is the right to make a motion. It is the right to have an opinion on every item, even if it's the same one every time. And you can get tired of one of your colleagues' opinions, but that is not taking away their right to voice it. And I will agree that wasting paper on other minutes that if you want to see them, you can go and get them online, is just an environmental concern for me. So for that reason, I will continue to support Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Councillor Capitaniak. Just to clarify, not all minutes are available online. Councillor Hall?
So I, again, had something similar to say, as we don't all have to agree, but we're all welcome to an opinion because we sit as equals at the table. And these things are available at other sources. And in the same way, we don't print the town council agenda or the Village of Boyle or the Boy Scouts agendas. Those are all available from the proper sources. And the point is, this is not the proper source, in my opinion. And it is my privilege to be able to put motions on the table as often as I want, given that other people will also repeat stuff that they don't like. So I'm okay with it losing. I just need to express that I think it's inappropriate.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Stasiak?
Yeah, I may as well chime in as well. What I'd like to say, though, is I have used that type of information before in researching. I always keep my previous minutes combined together. So if I'm not sure of what we talked about or want to refresh my mind, I can always go back and I can find it there quite more quickly than other sources. So I would be opposed to taking them out. I think it's I know it's an environmental issue and maybe added cost, perhaps, I don't know. But no, I think they're of some value to us here. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I agree, they are of value to us, not only at the time of the agenda, but in the future when you are looking for information. It's all nice,
Yeah.
nice and neat in one package online that you can look at. You don't have to necessarily print it. All right, so I think we're ready for that question to delete the minutes from the agenda. All those in favor
Yes, aye.
and those opposed? And I believe that would be 7-2. Thank you. That motion fails. I do have one change on the agenda on page 3. Under the information 9.2, I believe 8.2A, B, and C should actually be 9.2A, B, and C, just so that we can follow the numerical under the information there. And I believe that is all. I don't think we have it. Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
Maybe mine was printed special, but we have 11.1 county manager's report, which doesn't seem to be normally part of our thing, but also everything under number 11, with the exception of that, is listed as 10.1. So all of those should be renumbered to be related to main heading 11.
So 11.1.
If you just look at 11
Yep.
reports, all of that stuff is number 10. I don't know if these were reviewed in advance of going out or not, but that's a correction I'd propose to keep it straight.
Yeah, so go ahead and change all of 10.1 through on the reports to be 11 rather than the 10. Thank you. Is there any other changes, additions, deletions? I don't believe so. Deputy Reed Mins.
Just a motion
Yep.
to approve the agenda as amended.
Yeah, thank you. Approval to the motion to approve the agenda.
We're going to add or take things off the consent agenda. Is that coming?
That comes after we're doing this particular, oh, pardon me. Yes, thank you. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Thank you very much. The consent agenda, appreciate it. So far, what I know of to discuss are 2.1, 3.1, 4.1, 4.2, 5.3, 6.1, 6.2, 7.1, 8.1, 8.2, 9.1, 9.2B, 9.2C, and all of closed session items 13.1 and 13.2. And go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
I'd add 5.2.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Add 5.2.
5.2, thank you. Anyone else that would like to add any other items for discussion? Now we can go forward with the motion then to Deputy Reeve Mins would like to approve the agenda as amended. We're ready for that vote. All those in favor? Thank you. And opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. That's 8-1. All right, so we are on to 3.1, which is our public hearing. And I'll just get organized here. All right. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for attending the public hearing regarding bylaw 006-2026, land use bylaw amendment for lot 1, block 1, plan 0826088 from agriculture M1 district to light industrial, agricultural A district to light industrial M1 district in the Spruce Valley Growth Node area. I am Tracy Holland, Reeve for Athabasca County and Division 5 Councillor, and I will be the chair of this hearing. On behalf of council, I would like to welcome you all here today. Before we begin, I would also like to take a moment for introductions of those councillors present, and beginning on my right, please.
Good morning. Rob Mintz, Baptiste Lake, Highland O'Carry.
Cody Callahoo, Division 9. I represent north of the river.
Brian Hall, elected Southeast Athabasca.
Kelly Chamsic, Grassland area, Division 7, Atmore, Prosvita areas as well.
Good morning, Lucille Chisholm, Division 3. I represent Boyle, Elscott, and the Caslin area.
Good morning, Jack Dolick, Division 6, the Outback Wandering River area.
Thank you very much. And please joining us on Zoom, please go ahead, Councillor Stasiak.
Ken Stasiak, Division 1, Rochester area.
Thank you. And
And good morning, Natasha Kapitaniak, Division 2, Collington, New Pine Creek, and Minook.
thank you very much. The secretary of the public hearing is CAO Bob Beck, and he is our, of course, our CEO for Athabasca County. Also joining us from administration, we have recording secretary Tammy Plourde. We have communications coordinator Jordan Schenkelberg. We have the director of community and protective services, Krista Wilkinson, and our planning and development manager, Diane Cloutier. Any persons who have joined the meeting in person or via Zoom and wish to be heard should please give their full name now. I do have a list here. I have 2 folks. If you'd like to come to the microphone, please, and give your name for the record if you would like to speak at the hearing.
Good morning. My name's Melinda Gertz, and I'm the applicant for this proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, I'm Rod Vermy.
Thank you very much. All right. The public hearing for bylaw 006/2026 is now open. I will turn the floor over to Secretary Bob Beck to announce the purpose of this hearing.
The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca Council of the County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chairperson. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be: Planning and Development Manager Diane Cloutier will speak first to outline the background and provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Ms. Cloutier will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councillors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councillors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation. And the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
Thank you very much. Before hearing from the public, I would ask either Director Wilkinson or Ms. Cloutier to provide background and explanation of the proposed bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. So Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 0826088 is located approximately 16 kilometers northwest of the hamlet of Grassland, west of Alberta Pacific Forestry Industries, or known as ALPAC. Council granted first reading to bylaw 006/2026 on January 29th, a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw to redistrict a portion of Lot 1 from the agricultural district to the light industrial district. Council also directed administration to schedule and advertise a public hearing for today, February 26th at 9:30 a.m. A public hearing is required under Section 216 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act. It provides an opportunity for council to hear comments on the proposed land use bylaw amendment made by a person, group, or anyone representing them who claim to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Letters providing information on today's public hearing were mailed to adjacent landowners on February 9th. And in addition, email notifications was circulated to internal departments, utility companies, and agencies that may be affected by the proposed rezoning. A submission directory and package was prepared and is placed in the, has been shared with you this morning. A notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the February 10th and 17th edition of the Town and Country This Week Athabasca Advocate newspaper and placed on the county's website starting the week of February 9th. Bylaw 006/2026 proposes to redistrict only the northern portion of Lot 1, approximately 7.89 hectares or 19.5 acres, to the light industrial district. The southern portion, approximately 10.7 hectares or 26.44 acres will remain zoned as agricultural to ensure that existing development remains compliant with the regulations of the land use bylaw. The county's municipal development plan identifies Lot 1 to be within the growth node policy overlay area. And this overlay represents existing concentrations of commercial, light and heavy industrial developments where council has identified as having growth potential. The purpose of the light industrial district is to permit opportunities for light industrial and manufacturing uses appropriate for specific locations to support and serve the regional oil and gas, agricultural, or forest industries. Presently, administration received an application for on-site landscaping and storage. No development application has been submitted for any other specific use. Should bylaw 006/2026 pass all three required readings, the landowner will be able to make an application for any of the use listed in section 11.16 of the land use bylaw. At the time of development permit application, planning and development can address matters such as setbacks, buffers, and will have the ability to request additional reports or studies if required. For all commercial and industrial proposals, applications are circulated to internal departments such as infrastructure, emergency, and fire. This is an opportunity to collect comments and concerns to create necessary conditions of approval. Administration cannot evaluate or anticipate required conditions until a complete application has been received and comments from relevant departments are collected.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cloutier. Does council have any questions or points of clarification they wish to ask Ms. Cloutier? Please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Do you know the when the growth node was established? Like, when did the county set this up as and identify this as a growth?
Madam Chair, members of council, I do believe that was when the 2019 municipal development plan was approved by council.
Okay, thank you.
And not before?
No. Thank you. Does anyone, Councillor Stasiak?
Just for clarification, through the chair, sorry. Just for clarification, the yellow line, is that a subdivided boundary? Because as I read it, it said the whole parcel, like 46 acres, is parcel or block 1, lot 1. But I don't know that it was subdivided out, so I'm curious what we're trying to accomplish here by rezoning just an imaginary line, or a boundary, I should say.
Madam Chair, members of council, I believe Councillor Stasiak is referring on page 32. So
Correct.
Schedule A of the bylaw. So the yellow represents the area of lot 1 to be rezoned to light industrial. It does not reflect the entire boundary of lot 1, as the southern portion will remain agricultural, as there is a dwelling pre-existing there. So to remain compliant with the land use bylaw, agricultural will remain on the southern part, and the 19.5 acres outlined in yellow on the northern part is proposed to be rezoned.
Has it been, or through the chair, has it been subdivided out yet?
Sorry, Madam Chair, members of council. No, it has not been subdivided. It remains as one parcel.
So can I get clarification as to where are we putting the line in the sand, so to speak, to rezone just a portion? Do we not need a boundary for that?
Madam Chair, members of council, on Schedule A, there are measurements along Range Road 200 on the east side. So from that intersection south, it's 516 meters. And then the southern boundary would go west 340 towards the creek, and use that boundary as the west boundary.
Okay. I'll reserve comment till a little bit later, because there's some more confusion that I have based on what CAO Beck sent the other day. From my understanding, there's already a development permit issued for a dwelling, and that would be two dwellings on the same parcel. So there's a little bit of confusion there on my side, but I'd like to hear the people representing see what their thoughts are on this. But thank you anyway. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else, any other counselors have any questions for Ms. Cloutier? Last call, okay. Director Wilkinson or Ms. Cloutier, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
Madam Chair, members of council, there has been, and a register of submissions has been prepared, circulated to council members today. Copies available for those in the gallery. I'm not sure if you want them read or if they're accepted as a package.
I think we don't have a lot of them, so if we could please read them in for the record, that would be great.
Absolutely. So Madam Chair, I don't have page numbers on these, my apologies, so I'll just run through them. Apex Utilities Incorporated has no objections to the proposed bylaw amendment described in the file mentioned above. TELUS Communications, at this time, TELUS had no concerns with the proposed activities. So to Planning and Development, County of Athabasca, attention Diane Cloutier, public hearing 006-2026, Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 0826088, proposed rezoning from agricultural to light industrial. Dear Ms. Cloutier and members of council, as adjoining landowners, we respectfully submit the following comments, suggestions, and concerns regarding the proposed rezoning of the above noted property from agricultural to light industrial. First, as business owners, we are fully supportive of economic development initiatives that strengthen the region. An open camp that services the business located along the Alpac Connector would provide meaningful support to Alberta Pacific Forestry Industries and its contractors. We recognize the importance of housing, meals, and parking infrastructure for workers serving the pulp mill and related industries. We also believe the county should pursue viable commercial opportunities when appropriate. We respectfully submit that the proposed location is unsuitable for this development due to significant environmental, infrastructure, and regulatory concerns. Classification of use, work camp versus open camp. Under M1 district description, discretionary uses include work camps. Traditionally, a work camp is interpreted as housing employees of a specific company to support operations in remote or low population areas. An open camp, however, functions more similarly to a hotel, offering temporary accommodations to the general public, contractors, and transient workers. This distinction is significant as the scale and impact differ considerably. This distinction materially affects traffic volumes, wastewater generation, environmental risk, and long-term land use compatibility. If the intended use is effectively commercial accommodation, council should carefully consider whether the light industrial district is the appropriate land use classification. Environmental protection and regulatory compliance. As subject property contains an active flowing creek that discharges into the lake approximately 600 meters downstream, that lake provides livestock watering and supports a Ducks Unlimited habitat area. Under Alberta legislation, the Water Act prohibits activities that may alter, disrupt, or contaminate a water body without proper authorization. The Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act establishes strict prohibitions against the release of substance that may cause adverse environmental effects. The Agricultural Operation Practices Act also be relevant where downstream agricultural water sources are affected. A high-capacity open camp will generate substantial wastewater volumes requiring either on-site storage or daily hauling. Given the proximity of surface water and the topography of the site, the risk of sewage overfill, tank failure, spring thaw overflow, accidental discharge during hauling, surface runoff contamination must be fully assessed prior to rezoning approval. Council has statutory obligations under the Municipal Government Act to ensure that land use decisions are consistent with environmental stewardship and public safety. Approval without the comprehensive hydrological assessment and engineered wastewater management plan could expose both the developer and the county to liability should contamination occur. We respectfully request that county require a professional hydraulical study, an engineered wastewater contaminant and emergency response plan, confirmation of Alberta Environment and Protected Areas approvals, setback confirmation from all water course in compliance with provincial standards. Road infrastructure and public safety. The access road, Range Road 200, is approximately 4.5 meters wide with deep ditches and a soft base. It is not engineered for heavy commercial traffic. Under Alberta Transportation Design Standard, 2 heavy trucks require significantly greater width to pass safely. By comparison, Township Road 683 measures approximately 11.5 meters, and the Alpac connector measures approximately 13.747 meters and was engineered for industrial traffic. The proposed road would require intersection upgrades to accommodate Super B turning radius, road widening, base stabilization, capable of withstanding spring thaw, potential paving and turning lanes, signage. Hotel/open camps are typically located on major roadways that are designed for high traffic volumes and are easily accessible. If approved, proper signage and access planning would be essential due to the remote nature of the proposed site. Without such upgrades, increased heavy truck volumes may create safety risk and accelerated road degradation, transferring long-term maintenance and cost to taxpayers. Traffic impact assessment requirements. Given the expected daily movement of worker vehicles, semi-trucks, water and sewer haul trucks, food and supply deliveries, maintenance vehicles, a full traffic impact assessment should be mandatory prior to rezoning. Noise safety and rural compatibility. Open camps operate 24 hours per day. Night shift traffic and heavy vehicle movements will significantly alter the rural character of the area. This raises concerns regarding noise impact, light pollution, transient population management, enforcement, and emergency response capacity. The proposed location is remote and surrounded by agricultural uses, making it incompatible with high-volume commercial accommodation activity. Appropriate location, Alpac connector. The Alpac connector was specifically designed and constructed in 1994 to accommodate heavy industrial traffic associated with Alberta Pacific Forestry Industries. It includes appropriate width, compaction, and turning infrastructure. We respectfully submit that commercial accommodations intended to serve industrial traffic should be located adjacent to the connector where infrastructure already exists, rather than narrow agricultural roads requiring significant public investment and carrying environmental risk. Conclusion, we support economic development and recognize the need for worker accommodation. However, responsible governance requires appropriate zoning classification, compliance with provincial environmental legislation, adequate infrastructure, protection of downstream water bodies, safeguarding of agricultural operations. In its current proposed location, the development proposes substantial environmental and infrastructure concerns. We respectfully request that Council deny bylaw 006/2026 in its current form or defer approval pending comprehensive environment and engineering assessment consistent with Alberta regulatory requirements. Thank you for consideration. Rod and Jenny Veremy, adjoining landowners.
Sure.
Dear council members, I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed opening of an open camp in our community. While I understand the need for such facilities in certain circumstances, I firmly believe that this project is not
Point of
suitable.
order. Madam Chair, are we here for a development permit application or a land use classification change?
These, as far as I understand, these particular documents were sent for today's public hearing, so they are part of the record as far as I understand it to be. Can I ask you move your microphone a bit closer, please? Thank you.
While I understand the need for such facilities in certain circumstances, I firmly believe that this project is not suitable for our quiet country neighborhood. Open camps typically attract a certain type of client, which raises concerns regarding safety and the overall atmosphere of our community. Allowing vehicles to roam freely in search of the camp will only exacerbate issues such as noise and potential disturbances. The risk of alcohol and drug consumption at a dry camp and the subsequent threat of impaired driving is alarming. We currently have facilities in Grassland area as well as Athabasca for hotels that are available for this, as well as restaurants in both areas. I feel if council allows this, it is only going to hurt the current business that are already established. We should be supporting the current small business in the community that we live in. Our community prides itself on looking out for one another and maintaining a peaceful community. The presence of an open camp will inevitably lead to disruptions and conflict with our tight-knit community. We believe there are more appropriate locations for such facilities that will not compromise the safety and tranquility we hold in our community. I urge you to reconsider this proposal and consider the potential negative impact that this will have on our community. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, Dave and Leanne Boudreau. Dear council members, I am writing to formally express my opposition to the proposed 40-bedroom workforce camp within our community. Our area has always been a small, close-knit rural community made up of largely of farming families. Many of us maintain open land, livestock, equipment yards, and family homes across the acreage. This proposal represents a significant change to the character, safety, and infrastructure capacity of our area. While we understand the need for economic development and workforce housing, this proposal raises concerns. Our community includes many young children and families. The introduction of large number of transient workers, individuals who are not rooted in the community, raises concerns about safety, supervision, and accountability. Rural properties are often unfenced, and equipment, fuel, and livestock are commonly accessible. This increases vulnerability to trespassing, theft, and vandalism. In my own line of work, I regularly deliver fuel to industrial and job sites and have interacted directly with workforce crews. While many individuals are hardworking, workforce housing can bring a wide range of individuals from various locations, and oversight can vary. Based on my firsthand experience, I have concerns about whether a camp of this size would integrate well into a small, tight-knit rural community such as ours. Farmers in this area operate heavy equipment, store fuel, and maintain livestock in open environments. Increased traffic and unfamiliar individuals near fields and yards increases the risk of property damage, biosecurity concerns, livestock disturbance, and liability issues. Our rural roads were designed to serve a low-density agricultural community, not the daily flow of vehicles associated with a 40-bedroom camp. Increased traffic will accelerate wear and tear on our gravel. Road maintenance in our area is funded by local taxpayers. As residents, we are concerned that we will ultimately bear the financial burden of increased grading, dust control, repairs, and long-term infrastructure upgrades required to support this development. There are established communities nearby, including Grassland, Plamondon, Boyle, and Athabasca, that already have restaurants, hotels, and lodging facilities designed to accommodate temporary workers. These communities have the infrastructure, commercial zoning, and services better suited to support workforce housing. Given the availability of the appropriate accommodations in neighboring centers, it does not seem reasonable to introduce a large-scale workforce camp into a small agricultural community that was not designed for this type of development. Many long-standing families reside in the area and have intentionally chosen this rural setting for safety, stability, and community cohesion. A development of this scale brings significant change. It is concerning that a proposal of this magnitude appears to have been advanced without clear evidence of meaningful engagement with existing residents or consideration of the impact on families and children who currently live here. Responsible development should carefully evaluate not only economic benefit, but also the social and safety implications for those who already call this community home. We are not opposed to responsible growth. However, growth must be appropriate to the scale, infrastructure, and identity of the community in which it is proposed. A 40-bedroom workforce camp is not aligned with the rural nature, road capacity, safety expectations, and agricultural focus of this area. We respectfully request that council carefully consider the long-term impact on existing residents, agricultural operations, infrastructure, and taxpayers before approving this development. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Jeffrey and Cheyenne Marois. Dear council members, I'm writing to formally oppose the proposed rezoning of agricultural land to light industrial. As a resident of this community for 45 years, I have farmed alongside my husband and family, creating a fourth generation legacy that values our peaceful neighborhood and agricultural lifestyle. My family includes my 4 daughters, son-in-laws, 5 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren who all reside in this area. It is my hope that they can experience the same tranquility and community spirit that I have cherished over the years. While I support development and progress, I do not believe that this project is appropriate for our location. The introduction of an open camp could lead to unforeseen issues, including vandalism and break-ins, which are particularly concerning given the 30-minute response time for the RCMP. Our community thrives on mutual care and vigilance and would be jeopardized by increased traffic flow. Moreover, our farming operations, which include road access for cattle drives, will be adversely affected by the increase in traffic. I have a concern with the extra amount of dust we will be dealing with caused by extra vehicles on this road. The dust is a concern for us all, as well as possibly causing dust pneumonia for the cattle which are on 3 sides of this property. Additionally, I have grave concerns for my 3 great-grandchildren who live adjacent to the proposed site for their safety, as they are all very young. Our kids start working on the farm at a very young age, and the additional traffic poses a risk with the extra amount of traffic that would be right next door to them. It's no secret that kids on the farm start operating equipment at a very young age. Currently, our community looks out for one another as we know the vehicles that our neighbors drive. With the increase in traffic, this will be very difficult to do, which is a huge concern for us. I urge the council to reconsider this development as it poses a significant risk to our way of life and agricultural practices. Sincerely, Doris and Leonard Stewart. In regards to the above development or the above bylaw, not only will this camp be close to our property, the roadways are not wide enough for the extra traffic that we will be seeing every day. Also have to think about who is going to be staying in this camp. Are they going to be driving around looking to see what everyone has in their yards? Because we all know they could be in someone's yards for hours without being seen. We are opposed to this camp and are unable to attend the meeting Thursday due to work. Thank you, Julie and Jackie Williams. Dear council members, I'm writing to express my concerns regarding the upcoming public hearing related to this bylaw 006/2026, which proposes the rezoning of agricultural land to light industrial use. As an adjoining landowner, I believe it is vital to address several issues that may arise from this change. My primary concern is potential for increased dust and traffic along our roads, which may not be equipped to handle the expected load. The financial implications for taxpayers in maintaining this infrastructure are substantial. Additionally, our community is fundamentally agriculture, with cattle pasturing on 3 sides of the property. Safety is another concern for me, particularly for my 3 young grandchildren who live next door and cherish their farm life, along with their relationships with our neighbors. The introduction of a camp may also lead to undesirable behaviors, including substance abuse, as there would be limited nightlife for workers. This could inadvertently lead to ATV or truck traffic that poses a risk to our crops and hayfields. Furthermore, I question the environmental impact this development may have, especially with an active creek running through the property, which feeds into a nearby lake. It is also important to consider how this rezoning might affect our local restaurants and hotels, which already face economic challenges. Thank you for considering my concerns as you deliberate on this matter. Sincerely, Penny Stewart.
To County of Athabasca, it has been brought to our attention that there is an open meeting on Thursday regarding a proposed open 40-bed camp, bylaw 6/2026, Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 0826088, near our home. We, Albert and Faith Stewart, are out of the country at the moment and cannot attend the meeting. We are sending this email to express our opposition to this 40-bed open camp. We have very little information about it. We believe there is a creek running across We don't know if the proper environmental studies have been done. We are concerned about the poor roads and with extra traffic, extra litter, and crime. Faith and Albert Stewart. Dear Ms. Cloutier and members of council, we are landowners residing in close proximity to the parcel of land for which the owners are applying to change the zoning designation from agricultural to light industrial. We wish to formally express our significant concerns regarding this proposed development. Our primary concern relates to the proposal of an open camp with a farming community. We respectfully submit the following points of consideration. Community safety. Our area is home to young children and multi-generational farming families. The introduction of approximately 40 unknown individuals and/or families into a small agricultural community raises concerns regarding safety and overall community security. Road infrastructure. The existing gravel road in our area or gravel roads, my apologies, in this area were designed for limited agricultural and local residential traffic. Increased vehicle volume and heavier use associated with an industrial designation could lead to accelerated deterioration, increased maintenance costs, dust, and safety issues. Trespassing and agricultural impact. There is concern about the potential for unauthorized access onto neighboring agricultural properties. This could result in damage to cultivated lands, interference with farming operations, and possible harm or stress to livestock. Environmental concerns. A creek runs through the subject parcel of land. Development and increased activity in this area raise legitimate concerns about environmental impacts, including potential effects on water quality and downstream ecosystems. This is particularly concerning given the involvement and conservation efforts of organizations such as Ducks Unlimited in protecting wetland and habitat areas. We respectfully request that these concerns be carefully reviewed and that the thorough assessment be conducted before any zoning change are approved. Our farming community depends on maintaining safe, sustainable, and environmentally responsible land use practices. Thank you for your time and consideration. Robert Kidzak and Dawn Marie McGregor. Dear Athabasca County Council and Diane Cloutier, we would like to take this opportunity to provide council with written submission outlining our concerns and suggestions for public hearing regarding the proposed rezoning of bylaw, the reference property from agricultural to light industrial. We are adjoining landowners who recently became aware of the proposed rezoning change through neighbors and others in our agricultural community. It was quite surprising to receive this information informally, especially considering that as adjacent landowners, we would have expected the county office to formally notify all affected parties via email or letter, not just select few. Many residents through this county, including us, do not use social media and do not constantly receive local news through conventional channels. It is prudent that Athabasca County Office provide official written correspondence to all affected landowners to ensure fair and transparent communication. Had our neighbors not contacted us, we would have no opportunity to express our concerns. The proposed rezoning from agricultural to light industrial is a low-lying area of quarter section northeast 246820 west of the 4th. As a former owner of the subdivided adjoining 115-acre parcel for 9 years, we are very familiar with the topography, drainage patterns, and seasonal challenges across the entire quarter section. During that time, we farmed our own land and approximately 20 acres rented from the adjacent landowner where the subject land sits. Over the years, we personally witnessed significant seasonal runoff originating from this quarter, surrounding lands and road allowances. These runoff events routinely affect the conditions of Range Road 200, often overwhelming culverts and sending high volume flows into environmentally protected downstream tributaries monitored by Alberta Environment. In addition, a longtime friend of former resident who owned the 45-acre parcel where this rezoning is proposed, we are aware of the existing sewage pump-out system located east of the house on the property. This area remains saturated year-round, not only due to septic discharge, but also because of the natural slope and drainage characteristics of the land. All water from this property, as well upstream from adjacent quarter southeast 246820 west of the fourth flows north directly through the proposed rezoning area with downstream impacts on the subject parcel. This includes the ditches and road allowance along Range Road 200. As adjacent residents and longstanding stewards of responsible environmental practices, we work diligently to protect the local ecosystem and maintain the integrity of the land. We practice organic farming whenever possible and expect that any decisions affecting the watershed, soil health, or environmental stability of the area are made with caution and full respect for established provincial regulations. The agricultural landscape surrounding the proposed rezoning is not limited to crop production. The quarter sections directly north across Range Road 200 support large cattle herds that graze from early May through November each year. These cattle herds, along with wildlife, form part of the broader ecological and food supply network relied upon by many residents in our community. Rezoning this land to light industrial has consequences that extend far beyond the human population. Increased noise, traffic activity, and industrial disturbance can directly affect livestock behavior, grazing patterns, stress levels, and overall animal well-being. Disruption to natural wildlife habitats also risk undermining the ecological balance that local residents depend on for sustainable living. For these reasons, the increased activity associated with light industrial operations poses serious and long-lasting impacts on both human lifestyles and animal health, domestic and wild alike. These risks must be thoroughly addressed and mitigated before any rezoning is considered. Proceeding with rezoning without thorough understanding hydrological impacts and potential downstream effects could result in preventable environmental harm, regulatory conflicts, and long-term consequences for residents in agricultural operations. We expect County Council to ensure full compliance with provincial legislation, including the Water Act, which prohibits altering, disrupting, or contamination a water body without proper authorization. The Environmental Protective and Enhancement Act, which restricts the release of any substance that may cause adverse environmental effects. The Agricultural Operation Practices Act, where downstream agricultural water sources may be impacted. Economic development within our local region began over 35 years ago with the establishment of the Alberta Pacific Pulp Mill. At that time, previous councils and elected officials demonstrated leadership by listening to residents' concern and making thoughtful, balanced decisions, designed appropriate land and transportation routes along Alpac Connector for industrial and commercial growth. Their foresight created a stable, functional balance, much like the planning principles used in towns and cities, where zoning is developed in a logical and methodical manner to ensure harmony between residential, commercial, and industrial areas. This designated corridor along the Alpac Connector is exactly where current council officials and elected members should continue to focus industrial development. The area was intentionally planned for this purpose, and it already has the infrastructure, access, and sustainability necessary to support industrial activities without imposing additional financial burdens on county tax base for the benefit of a single business. For these reasons, and any current or future applications for light or heavy industrial operations should be positioned adjacent to the connector where they align with long-standing planning principles and established zoning intent. Rezoning agricultural land located off the primary corridor, such as the parcel along Range Road 200, stands in contrast to these well-considered practices. It is impractical, inconsistent with the community's planning history, and unnecessary where an appropriate industrial corridor already exists. Request and recommendation: environmental. Prior to any rezoning approval, will council initiate a comprehensive hydrological study of quarter section northeast 246820, including all upstream and downstream tributaries, to fully understand water movement, saturation, drainage, and potential environmental impacts? All study results and assessments should be publicly available, with copies provided at minimum to all landowners within a 5-mile radius, ensuring transparency and informed participation from the community. Environmental requirements must be applied consistently across all light industrial rezoning and development applications rather than selectively based on the perceived impact of individual businesses? How will the county ensure long-term environmental compliance? Specifically, if this parcel is rezoned light industrial, what process will the county use to ensure that any future development applications, both immediately after the rezoning and throughout the lifespan of future operations, remain compliant with all relevant provincial legislation, including hydrological, soil, water quality, and watershed protection standards? Traffic, we request that the county perform a traffic impact assessment for Township Road 685 and Range Road 200 to evaluate anticipated increases in heavy equipment, medium-duty vehicles, and regular traffic associated with the proposed industrial activity. Range Road 200 and Township Road 685 were not constructed for industrial level traffic volumes. These roads already struggle with annual freeze-thaw cycles, and additional load stress will significantly increase degradation, maintenance requirements, and associated costs. Who will be responsible for monitoring and enforcing traffic-related impacts? Specifically, how will the county police increase traffic and noise? How will load restrictions be enforced? How will the county address compliance when dealing with transient workforce that may not share the long-term values, stewardship, or investment in the local community? Safety, how will enforcement, emergency response, and incident management be handled? For an industrial site located off primary corridors, away from established monitoring routes and outside normal visibility for law enforcement and emergency services. Increased industrial activity brings increased traffic, people, and associated risk. What measures will council implement to guarantee the safe, security, and well-being of adjacent residents and the broader community? As a third and fourth generation residents of this area, we take great pride in maintaining the agricultural roots and rural character that define our community. The peace and tranquility of country living remain highly valued. We thank you for hearing our concerns and respectfully request council deny approval bylaw 006 2026 in its current form. Sincerely, Jason and Kimberly Zazurski and family. Okay. Dear Athabasca County Council, councilors and staff, this submission is provided in support of bylaw 006 2026, proposing the rezoning of approximately 19.5 acres from agricultural to light industrial. The purpose of this application is to enable the establishment of a structured and professionally managed workforce accommodation facility intended to support industry activity within Athabasca County. The proposed development is accommodation focused in nature. It does not involve manufacturing, processing, storage of hazardous materials, or other heavy industrial activities. Rather, it provides structured accommodations for workers who are already operating within the region. The light industrial designation more accurately reflects this intended use than the current agricultural classification. Throughout the planning process, care has been taken to ensure alignment with the county regulations and planning expectations. Discussions have taken place with county planning staff, civil work personnel, and relevant local service providers to address considerations such as site access, drainage, and servicing. In addition, communication was initiated with nearby landowners to discuss the proposal and provide an opportunity for questions or feedback. I remain open to continued dialogue as the project advances through the development permit stage, at which time site-specific details will be reviewed in greater depth. Should the rezoning be approved, any future development on the property will remain subject to development permit approval and compliance with all applicable provisions of the land use bylaw. This includes setbacks, buffering, screening requirements, fire protection standards, site layout review, and operational oversight. Rezoning does not bypass these requirements, whether it establishes the appropriate land use designation under which further regulatory review can occur. Considering consideration has also been given to compatibility with the neighboring properties. It is understood that rezoning applications may raise questions for surrounding landowners. The intent of this project is to operate an orderly, well-maintained site with clear internal management policies. Occupancy will be structured, parking areas will be designated, and operational controls will be in place to minimize noise and disruption. The facility will not function as a retail or public-facing commercial use. It is not expected to generate discretionary or incidental public traffic. Traffic associated with the proposed use is anticipated to be limited and predictable. Workers would travel directly to and from established industrial work sites, typically aligned with shift schedules. The nature of the use does not lend itself to ongoing public visitation or commercial activity beyond the accommodation function itself. From an economic perspective, the project supports Athabasca County's established industrial base by providing accommodation infrastructure. By offering structured lodging for industrial workers, the development may also reduce pressure on the residential housing market. In addition, the project has the potential to support local service providers, contractors, and suppliers involved in site development and operations. Athabasca County has historically demonstrated support for responsible industrial growth within its jurisdiction. The proposed rezoning reflects that planning direction by placing the parcel within a district that more accurately corresponds with its intended use and the broader economic activity occurring in the region. For these reasons, approval to redistrict the land is respectfully requested. Rezoning will allow the applicant to proceed through a development permit process in accordance with the county policies and regulatory requirements. Respectfully submitted, Melinda Gortz.
Thank you very much. I appreciate reading all of those into the record. As we didn't receive these prior to, they weren't in our agenda. I'm assuming they will be added to the agenda. Thank you so very much. All right. Before I call upon those wishing to speak, there are a few housekeeping items. So when you're ready to speak, please direct your presentation to the chair and limit your presentation to 5 minutes in duration. When presenters that are in person are ready to speak, please turn your microphone on by pressing the large circle button. A red light on the microphone will illuminate signaling it is on. This will allow those online to be able to hear you. Those who would like to make a presentation in support of Bylaw 006-2026 will go first. Those who would like to make a presentation in opposition of the bylaw will go second. Before those wishing to speak begin, please state your name for the record. All right, I will now call on the first speaker who is in support of Bylaw 006-2026. Please, thank you so much.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Melinda Gertz, and I'm the applicant for Bylaw Amendment 006-2026. Having now heard the submissions entered into the record, I want to acknowledge that land use decisions can raise important questions for neighboring landowners. I respect that perspective, and I appreciate the opportunity to respond in this process. I'm here today to ensure both council and community understand that this proposal has accountability behind it. It has a name, a face, and long-standing roots in the Athabasca County. I recognize that safety and rural compatibility are important concerns for neighboring landowners. I want to ensure everyone that this facility is not transient public accommodation. It is structured housing for individuals who are already employed at work sites within this county. Its proximity to the mill would also reduce the number of workers commuting longer distances each day, which in turn can lessen vehicle traffic on our highways during peak industrial periods. I do not feel that there's a more appropriate location for this project, as the facility itself, I'm not sure if it's reflected in the maps that you guys have, is less than 2 kilometers off of the highway. It's within 5 kilometers of the pulp mill facility itself. I think just down the road from Mr. Vermee's fuel station. Now, I understand there may have been some misinformation about the scale of the proposed development. The occupancy being contemplated is well with under 50 individuals. It is intentionally small in scale. Only 19 acres, 19.5 is what we're proposing to be rezoned. This would be operated as a professionally managed facility under county oversight. If approved, I would work directly with administration to ensure appropriate buffering, screening, and operational controls so that the development remains compatible with surrounding agricultural lands. This proposal is not coming from an outside or temporary operator. It is being developed on my family's land, on my mother's land specifically. So my mother currently resides on that property to the point there was a question about a dwelling. That is correct. There is a residence, so there will be 24/7 management in that regard. I also grew up here. I live here in this county and I'm raising my 4 children here. My business reputation and personal investment are rooted in this county. I have every incentive to ensure that this operates responsibly and in alignment with the standards of our community. I have zero intention of having security or safety being an issue for our surrounding communities. To the point of heavy commercial traffic, that is not the intention or the anticipated implication behind this proposal. The light industrial would be, look at passenger vehicles at most. It would be individuals who are already working in the area, having a place to stay. A lot of these individuals, I understand, are renting bedrooms in people's residences throughout that area. So this would actually be a very positive solution to this disbursement of people who are working in that area, having a controlled and managed facility. As a core certified business operating daily in regulated industrial environments and with a background in both health, safety and environment and project management, we understand risk management and compliance. If approved, this facility would be managed with those same professional standards. I have operated in Athabasca County since 2009, and as recently as last September, and in less than 2 months from now, I will be providing more than 120 individuals to support shutdown operations at our local pulp mill. During these peak periods, the most consistent operational constraint is not labor availability, it is lack of accommodation. This challenge affects not just my team, but many skilled tradespeople, highly skilled trades required to support one of our county's largest employers. This includes well-educated and highly skilled members, of our trades, such as crane operators. These are welders, these are electricians, engineers, insulators, and many others. If rezoning is approved, the project would still proceed through the development process, where site layout, servicing, and operational standards would formally be reviewed before operations begin. Athabasca County has historically supported responsible industrial growth. This proposal reflects that same principle, providing necessary workforce infrastructure in a structured and professionally managed manner. This is a practical solution to a real and existing need in our community, and I respectfully request council support for second and third hearing of bylaw 006-2026. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gertz. Does council have any questions for our presenter? Please go ahead, Councillor DeHollick.
How long are these people gonna stay? Is it just gonna be an overnight thing, or is it gonna be a contract for a month or 2 months?
So the intended individuals who would be staying here are people already working out at the pulp mill. So there could be a varying range. Likely some are working on shifts. They would be 4 days there. Monday through Thursday is the most likely anticipated time frame. But it could vary depending on the trade and who utilizes that accommodation.
Should it not be full, would you be renting them overnight for 2 days or 3 days?
No, the intention would be with established companies in the area for them to house their tradespeople.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Stasiak?
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair. Melinda, I seen a diagram on the development permit just the other day, yesterday actually, and it shows a dwelling on that portion of the 45-acre parcel. Can you explain what that dwelling is all about? It's a proposed thing at this point, but it's still on the diagram.
Madam Chair, that is my mother's dwelling. She currently lives there full time.
Through the chair, if I could re-ask the question. The diagram that we see has a dwelling or a yard site further to the or to the west, rather. I think it's west, down to the bulk end of this subdivision. But what I'm referring to was application for a development permit issued on, or approved on the 17th of February that shows a dwelling, and I might add too close to the road anyway. There were some boundaries there. I'm curious what this proposed dwelling is on the new parcel.
Madam Chair, I believe that is the existing dwelling. The previous owners may not have submitted the permit. So when this proposal permit was required, I believe the county required as part of due process that dwelling be represented. So it is not, I can clarify what it is not if that is the concern. It is not a development for a new dwelling. It is to ensure that the current dwelling is encompassed properly in that throughout this process, is my understanding.
If I can ask another question through the chair,
Please.
are you referring to the 26 by 65 dwelling
Madam Chair, that's
as
correct.
existing? Okay,
That is correct.
so that is existing presently.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Chizen and then Councillor Kapitanic.
Through the chair, madam. Hi. Just a few questions. So some of the concerns could be like the travel, exit, like more bigger trucks. So the sewer, I didn't really see any of that outlined in here. I might have missed it, but could you explain how sewer is going to be taken care of? Are we trucking it out? Water as well? Are we trucking that in? If you could.
If I may, the current bylaw is for the redistricting. We don't have a development permit in place yet for the actual work camp. So
Okay.
that would come at a later time.
Never mind.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. Councillor Kapitanic.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Ertz. I'm very interested in just clarifying, as somebody who has previously provided accommodation to employees of LPAC during shutdown, so much so that well-rounded family individuals with high educations were happy to take a place on my floor because there is no extra space in our community at this time when we have an influx of workers. That they were just grateful to like put a bedroll down. I just have to say that that at no time did I ever fear for my community or myself having professionals in my home as guests. You state that your mother lives on this property, and I want to really bring attention to that. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask or not, but do you fear for your mother being next to this development proposal?
Thank you, Councillor Kapitaniak. Madam Chair, to the question, no. I myself have worked as a Northern Alberta kid, farm kid, grew up here, worked in Northern Alberta my whole life. I've lived and stayed in work camps for the last 17 years, and there is a level of professionalism and conduct expected. These people won't be they're working 12-hour shifts, coming home. They want a nice warm meal and they want to go to sleep. They're fairly self-regulated, to be honest. But beyond that, I do have, which I will certainly address when we get to the development permit stage, but I'm happy to address these things now. There will be 24/7 surveillance, security on site. We have at least 3 staff on site at all times that will be securing that premise. We will have video surveillance. There's many other measures that I have in place to assure that should not be an issue. Security is high, a very high importance for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for our presenter, Ms. Gertz? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the public who would like to speak in support? Okay. Don't believe we have anyone online. Just wanted to double check. All right. So I will now call on the presenters who would like to speak in opposition. Thank you. And if you don't mind, please state your name for the record. That's great. Thank you so much. Yes, yeah, no, we need it
Okay.
on. Thank you so
It's
very
getting
much.
really loud. So I'm Rod Vermy. I'm an adjoining landowner that would be in opposition of rezoning. Just want to state, Brian, like I get what you guys are saying with this is a rezoning thing, and maybe not everyone's familiar with the process and whether the process is the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart. At the end of the day, the applicant has been very open and honest in what her intentions are. So I think it's important to address that at the bylaw meeting, because why are we changing the bylaw if this camp isn't going to be accepted? So appreciate everyone's input. I think I would challenge that the process is a bit cart before the horse. So we'll go on with that. I didn't know you were going to read it.
Sorry.
So now I'm busy trying to rejive everything. Anyway, let's go on. Been in the community a while. Just when LPAC was built, it was phenomenal for the area. It was phenomenal for our economy, phenomenal for our kids to have the ability to stay home, generate some revenue, and still be able to farm part-time and other things. I want to be super clear. I came to this area because I'm passionate about business. I've sat in front of this council several times trying to convince you to let me open a business, do different things, change bylaws, development permits and whatnot. So the majority of you are very familiar with me. Unfortunately, I happen to be on the other side of the fence this time. So I just wanted to chat just openly about it. I have a few point forms. I'm going to try and address it as just the bylaw application. Even though I know my letter was specific to what Melinda said, which very well spoken. She's been very honest with her intentions. And as a landowner, I appreciate that. As a business owner, I'm excited about it. It's awesome to see the passion for wanting to do this. And 100%, whether she applies for a 40-person open camp down the road, the area needs it. LPAC and its supporting businesses need it. I guess I would just question if the rezoning is in the appropriate spot. So I'm going to skip clarification of use because we don't need to talk about the differences between an open camp and a work camp. I think there's a lot of work camps off the LPAC connector. Those intentions typically were log truck contractors that brought in some temporary housing for their workers, direct employees. I think the system works okay. The road infrastructure handles it okay. But it's 3, 4, maybe 5 workers, direct employees for a business. So I'll skip the rest of that. Environmental concerns. I guess when we're looking at industrial rezoning, light industrial rezoning, sorry, we're looking at a chunk of property that's actually subdivided by an active creek. So if you look at the map, when you're looking at this subdivision, it was formed around an active creek. That is the property line. That active creek flows directly into a lake, which is only, I think I did a picture, 600 meters away, which feeds cattle. The other side of the lake is actually with Ducks Unlimited. It's one of their water course protections. LPAC donated it to Ducks Unlimited years ago. So I think when we're talking about this rezoning application, under Alberta's Water Act, Environmental Protection Act, and Enhancement Act, and Municipal Government Act all apply. Council needs to ensure prior to looking at this rezoning that we have checked all those boxes. Definitely any sort of camp, we need to look at water and sewer. Our well water will not pass public use, so you will be hauling in your water. There is absolutely no way to mitigate sewage without hauling it out. We need to look at things like spring thaw, accidental discharge during the hauling, unloading, and reloading process, and surface contamination entering the creek. If a spill was to occur, the contamination would flow directly into a lake. Council needs to be confident that this area has been addressed. Road and infrastructure. When I moved up here, started our first business, it was log hauling. And it was back when Isabel Barkley was, I think, doing your job. And I very distinctly remember having very passionate, heated conversations with her. And she said, Rod, our intent when we allowed LPAC and our requirement was that they built a road suitable for high volume, safe traffic. You need to build on there. That is where commercial and light industrial belong. She was very clear, and I believe council backed that clarity from her as well. When I had several proposals submitted, it always came back to be on the connector, be somewhere safe so traffic can flow. So looking at that, council's going to have to make a massive commitment on taxpayers' behalf to relook at this road. Did little measurements, and she's a little old road. It's actually 4.5 meters wide. Not very wide. When you go to the next county road right beside where they travel to the disposal well, that road is actually 13.47 meters wide. And that allows for 2 trucks to travel. So we're hauling water in, we're hauling sewer out. Let's not beat around the bush. These are semi-trucks that are doing it. They cannot pass on that road. So county needs to be committed for taxpayer dollars to redo this road. This road's very soft in the spring as well. So while we're widening it, we're also digging it down, and we need to get proper compaction so that semis can travel year round, because we're not gonna shut the facilities down that light industrial bring in the spring and in the fall because the road is soft. They need to be able to travel, and council needs to be able to participate. I guess just the last thing is I just want to say Jen and I are in full support of business and development, and somebody as passionate as Melinda is welcoming. A business like this is needed in our area. It will help our business too. Just, you know, where our home is built, we're actually closer to the LPAC connector than we are to this proposed bylaw change. So this isn't driven from somebody that just doesn't want it in the area. I want it in the area. 100% will work with the applicant if there's different suitable areas. We need it in the area. It's just the wrong area to rezone. So I had this really awesome ending, but you wrecked it. So we respectfully ask council to either deny the bylaw 006-2026 in the current form, or defer the decision pending some comprehensive environmental and engineering assessments. Economic development is super important, but so is infrastructure planning, so is environmental protection, and so is responsible land use decision making. Thank you and appreciate your time.
Appreciate that. Thank you
And
very
turn the
much.
heat down, you guys. How do you live with this?
If you wouldn't mind just staying for a moment in case anyone has any questions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
sure.
We went a
I'm
little
up
bit
5
over,
minutes. You got like 10 seconds.
yeah, we went a little bit over time, but for questions, does anybody have for Mr. Veramy? Look at that. You're getting off easy. So thank you very much for your presentation. With that, is there anyone else in the room who, or I don't think we have anybody online, but in the room who has not spoken and wishes to speak? Okay. Does the applicant wish to make any closing comments? You're okay. Thank you very much. So at this time, does council have any additional questions of any speaker or the staff? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So the question is really for admin on the letter from Zayerski's. There's a statement that they didn't receive notification, and I just wonder if the administration can confirm whether that's true.
Madam Chair, members of council, Councillor Hall is correct. They did not receive an adjacent landowner notification. They were submitted, landowner notification were sent to all adjacent landowners, and adjacent was like directly touches lot 1. So in this case, there were 4 adjacent landowners.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions?
I have one.
Please go ahead, Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you. Through the chair. This is directed towards administration. Can you give me some clarity on a third parcel taken out of a quarter? Does it have to be surveyed or can it be done by a descriptive plan?
Ultimately, it's up to land titles how those parcels are taken out, whether it's by survey or by descriptive plan, but typically a third parcel would have to be surveyed.
Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, this is a rezoning of the same parcel. It's not a subdivision, so it's not really a third parcel out. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
Sorry, I'm just going through my notes here. So again, to admin, do you have evidence on file anywhere that increased development reduces safety? Neighborhood safety, do we see that in other areas of the county where there's development? Are bylaw officers out there 10 times more?
I don't know that we have that data available to us.
Thank you. Any further questions? Does anyone feel they have not been fairly heard? Okay. Coming to the end, folks. So if there are no additional questions, there being no further testimony, I will close the public hearing. I further advise council cannot receive any further information on this matter. Thank you for attending the public hearing with us today. I declare the public hearing closed at, if I can get my phone on, 10:52. And we will also just wanted to let the public know, we will be discussing this item later on this afternoon. It is item 6.1 on our agenda. You're welcome to stay if you would like. You can also view on YouTube. It is live streamed, so you're also able to go on the Athabasca County YouTube channel to view it if you choose not to stay and would like to see more. We're really, exciting to watch. But in this time, we'll take a recess so that we may be able to say goodbye. And we also have a delegate coming in at 11, so we will resume at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. We're good to go? Awesome. All right, we are back from our small recess there, short recess. We do have a couple of items before our delegation, and 4.1, the approval of the minutes, the special county council meeting, February 10th, page 5 of your agenda. I was just wondering, and I'm sorry I didn't ask this earlier, but it was a late night for me last night to go through this. For the special council meeting, it was via video conference. So under present, does it need to say via video conference so that, I think so, as we normally mention what counselors are on via video conference. So if we could just have that one particular change is all I have. Does anybody else? Please, Councillor Hall.
Resolution 26-70 was actually 8 and 1. Not carried.
Yep, you're correct. Thank you. I remember now. Yes. Anybody else on 4.1? All righty. Do I have a motion to Deputy Reeve Minns would like to move that the special county council meeting minutes be approved as amended? If we're all ready for that particular vote, all those in favor? And I believe we've lost Councillor Kapitanic, is that right? Okay. Are there any opposed? All righty, so that would be 7-0. And 4.2, our regular county council minutes from February 12th. I do have a couple of items there. I know Councillor Kapitanic joined the meeting at 9:35 there rather than present at the beginning. And I can just find that here on page 12 for resolution CC 2687. I believe we requested that the greater beat, the word beat, be removed. So if we can please delete greater beat in the title as well as the last sentence. There's two spots that it was there, and just leave it to greater area. And I believe that was it that I had for there. Councillor Hall. That's on page 11, CC 2683. You say it's moved by Councillor. You, Councillor Hall, okay. I think one day we'll have to have that conversation about putting names out and when it gets the floor, it's a motion of council. We'll fix all that concern. Is there anybody else? Alrighty, then I have a motion on the minutes. Councillor Chamzik would like to move the regular county council meeting minutes from February 12th as amended. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? We're 8-0. Thank you very much. And 7.1, sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you very much for being here. We have our delegation, our RCMP sergeants from both Athabasca and Boyle to discuss all of the stats and the wonderful things that you guys have always got on the go. Who would like to begin? Okay, please. You've been thrown under the bus. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
Morning, thanks for having us, and I invite as well. Just start out, I'll kind of reiterate a little bit with Q3. I know it's ending in December, but we tend to get them out a little later than usual. Just to give you a snapshot of October, November, December. So on our one priority that we had for traffic safety, motor vehicles, I saw some pretty good enforcement efforts in the fall months. We did 8 joint force operations check stops occurring in August, September, and October. This is bringing our totals already exceeding the fiscal year goals of about 12. So I'm pleased to see that the members are out there participating in the check stops when they can.
Can I just ask everyone with the microphone
Yeah.
just a little bit closer, please? Thank you so much.
Heading into obviously the colder winter months, we're not doing too many check stops. It's twofold. It's just too cold on the vehicles and the members to be out in isolated areas. And as well, it's just not conducive to road safety. We're not going to be having people getting road blockages by us and causing more accidents than preventing. So I'm pleased that the results heading into the winter were good. And then we'll see with the milder weather, hopefully come eventually, what we're going to be doing into maybe the Easter weekend. So the other priority that we have is just I want my members high visibility in the community and establishing good relations. So myself, I include where I can as well. So October was a bit of a hampering because of the school strikes, obviously. So obviously we didn't do much in October. Into the community aspect in the Halloween, we were graciously given a lot of candy donations for the community in Boyle. So my members were out on foot, dispersing that candy to the kids. That's twofold. It's sees police and good lights, but it also prevents kids from being a hazard to themselves, staying on the sidewalk. So kind of that gentle enforcement with a bit of positive reinforcement with the chocolate bars. Remembrance Day ceremonies, those are a big issue for us. Pretty tough to attend them all with limited staff because everybody asks usually around the same time, but we did manage to get everybody. So all the schools had remembrance ceremonies were reflected with us, myself included, and then the Boyle Legion had a big invite and we had a good showing this year. So I think we had at least 5-6 members there, which is good to see. Hutterite Colony, they're always good to us. We attended them for a bit of a Christmas luncheon, and then we presented them with some safety talks, farm safety, as well as alcohol issues. Not that they have a bunch, but they wanted to know some of the effects of impaired driving and stuff like that. So we had discussions, and it was nice that they see us in that light as well. We also engaged Christmas time in the hamper delivery in Boyle, and that's with the Boyle Angels of Motion. So it was 3 feet of snow at some doorsteps, but we were able to trudge some pretty decent baskets out with ham turkeys and all the fixing for less fortunate families. And fire department was there as well, so it was good that we can both help each other out. And a lot of families were, I couldn't believe the amount of food. It was awesome. Brought a tear to our eyes to some of these doorsteps. So it was good. It was nice to do something good like that for us. I listed out all the dates and stuff that we had some consultations. I won't go through them, but they were in for review when we handed this out to you guys. As far as stats, I didn't see anything glaring that we're having many problems. I know a lot of areas were still flush for us, the thefts, motor vehicle theft, stuff like that. What I try to do when we do get a lot of those files is generally keep an eye on where they're occurring. So for example, if North Buck Lake is getting a few files where people are calling in, then we'll beef up patrols. Obviously we can't be everywhere, so we kind of triage that way. So not to say that we're out of hand on some of the stats. It's just my way of keeping track of where a guy should be. And a lot of people call in suspicious vehicles, stuff like that. And that helps us as well to not only just check something out for their reassurance, but it might help us to prevent a crime. So if somebody actually is sitting on a road with a derelict looking vehicle that doesn't fit the area, definitely I appreciate those calls, because if we intercept that person, maybe they're on warrants, maybe the vehicle's not insured, there's something going on, we can remove them and the vehicle from the area. That just prevents crime for us. So I don't have a bunch else to discuss. I know it was a quick snapshot, but I don't want to take too much time away from Mark. As far as the new fiscal heading in, we can discuss, I guess, after Mark presents his stuff, as to what ideas the council has for us to fulfill the community needs.
Awesome. Thank you. Just before we move on to our Athabascas detachment, does anybody have any questions for Sergeant Percy? Go ahead, please.
Just a comment. It's great to see some of those downward trends, and great job out there.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. I'll also reiterate as well, it's nice to see the stats that you've presented here. We're looking on page 62 and 63, and it's nice to see that downward trend. So well done. That's good news for our community and brings some relief. And as well, it's awesome, once again, the community involvement and the engagement that you're doing out there. And it means a lot to our residents and to all of those people who are able to benefit from your engagement. So thank you very much for doing that. And if you're ready to go, Sergeant Hall, please do.
I am. Good morning, everyone. So I'll start with the community engagement side of things. I won't spend too much time in it because a lot of it's repeating what Dennis just said. We were hit every Remembrance Day ceremony. The members were out handing out candy as well. They bought a bunch out of their own pockets to go out and hand to the kids. So that they did that. There's been a number of different school events that aren't listed on here that the members attended to, giving presentations. And again, Councilman McClanagan is doing a lot of work with his rugby team as well. So he's still engaged with that. So members are still engaged. Wintertime was a little bit slower for us, but I'm hopeful to see a little bit more happening as, especially as the year is coming to an end in the schools. On the priorities that we had this last quarter here, property crime took a wrong turn for us. It went from 15 to 30 occurrences. That's break-in-enters and mischiefs combined. Where that sits with the county is there's 15, half of those were in the county that were being investigated there. On the substance abuse and drug priority, there were no specific arrests for the drug trafficking side of things, but there were some drug seizures though, involving cocaine, methamphetamine. There were 6 firearms seized, just general property were seized, and as well as 2 vehicles. So that's it's good, and it's the members are out there looking for this stuff. These are traffic stops that the members have been able to take it from just a basic traffic stop into a much larger investigation here. So it was really good we were able to get that stuff off the streets here. And then the habitual offender management, it's always been a good success for us. We had 5 reported breaches of various court orders in that quarter that members acted on right away. Anybody that has gotten a warrant for their arrest from not showing up for court has been already dealt with. As soon as they are issued, the members are immediately out in the community grabbing these individuals and putting them back in front of the judge to explain why they didn't show up for court. So it's been very successful for us, that habitual offender side of things. For the Q3 quarter, we had 580 calls for service for the county for us to respond to. And this quarter thus far, we've had 167. So we're seeing a huge drop. Also for this quarter here, I'll mention that one of the members was out patrolling, came across a vehicle in a traffic stop, and ended up with a significant amount of drugs. Those were they got cocaine, methamphetamine, GBL, some other prescription drugs. They got ammunition. We've got this turned into a trafficking stop as well. We utilized Sergeant Simpkins for his drug recognition expert on that file there. This person was also found impaired by drug. So there's a really, really good grab to get him off the street. And as far as I'm aware right now, he's still being held in custody off the street here. So it was really, really good turnout for that. And staffing wise, I'm sure most of you heard by now, I'm leaving. I have my last shift will be March 13th in the community here. So a little sad, but we're moving on to another detachment here. As far as the detachment goes right now, currently my sergeant is off duty sick. He'll be off for the next couple of months. I have a corporal coming in, so I'll have 2 corporals again. He'll be here. He'll enter here when I leave. And then I'm just short 1 position, which I kind of expect to be filled today with a cadet coming out of Regina. So we're still in pretty good shape. The sergeant that is going to replace me for the temporary is out of Fort McMurray. I'll bring him by to introduce him. Just a great fella. As well, my position went for promotion, and it's closed as of yesterday. So hopefully in the coming months we'll see somebody in this position. That's what I have for you.
Well, thank you. Sad news for the community. Our loss is your next post gain. So I know you will be missed in the community, and we certainly appreciate all you've done in our community. There certainly has been a difference since you've been here. So we will feel it. And I'm quite sure that you know that the next person coming has some big shoes to fill. So we really appreciate all you've done. And again, thank you for all of the engagement that you're doing within the community. And we look forward to that continuing. I know when the kids see you at the high school and they see you there, it makes a difference. They know that you're out there. They know not only is it safe for them, but they also know they have to be a little careful of what they're doing as well. I just have one question with regards to the stop that was turned into the drugs and the whatnot. is there any way of knowing, and it might be a foolish question, but is that more of a thoroughfare that we're seeing, or is that being distributed in the community?
There is some, I won't say deny, there is some being distributed in the community here. That's definitely what we're on the lookout for. A lot of it can be, because of Athabasca's position and geographically, it could be going north as well, through here, up through Dennis's area, up through to Fort McMurray. So there's different ways that they do take. So it's not an end all, but yeah, some of that was distributed here in this community.
Okay, appreciate the being able to take some of that off the street, so it's really important. So thank you for that as well. Deputy Reedmans?
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, yes, you'll be very much missed here. You've done a great job for Athabasca County, town of Athabasca, the region, and the whole. Work very well together, both of you. It's great to see. Hopefully they change the area, but they don't change your cell number, right?
No.
Okay, perfect.
Call me anytime.
You betcha. It's been great working with you and having the interaction. It's been awesome, but totally understand moving on and moving up. So good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments they'd like to make? Pretty quiet bunch. Thank you again. I'm thinking, of course, like you mentioned, this was probably our last time seeing you in this capacity at our table, but I'm looking forward to meeting the person you plan on bringing in to have a visit with us and that kind of thing. And I think if we can, folks, we'll take another recess here. We'll probably go into lunch. So if we can say goodbye to our public for now, we'll be back at, say, noon, I guess, would be the best time. Tammy, is that works? Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, folks. Appreciate that.
While they're taking a recess. Some photographers are probably gonna have lunch right now. She said she'll be back at noon. I don't know how. No. Cause it's just gotta. $68.20. Northeast of 24, $68.20. $68.19. Northwest of 17. Northwest of 17.
There we go. All right, we are back from our brief lunch break. We are on 5.2 of our agenda, the Trident Pumps delegation, page 26 through 27 of your agenda package. And I believe Councillor Hall asked for this to be discussed.
I asked for it only so it had its own individual vote.
I'm sorry, that was too fast.
I asked so that it had its own individual vote.
You're asking for recorded vote?
No, I asked to have it on the agenda so that it was voted on specifically by itself, not as part of a larger package. And so I would move the recommended motion and ask for recorded vote.
Okay. So okay. Is there any discussion on this item, folks? This is the Trident Pumps, page 26. Please go ahead, Deputy Reed Mintz.
Just wondering if a letter or just a note is going to be sent out to Trident Pumps regarding this information or decision that was made. Are they gonna have a discussion on it, or not a discussion, a letter on it just stating that what it says in this decision.
Through the chair to Councillor Mins, so we were directed to do the report back. We haven't had any correspondence with Trident following the work we did. We could reach out to them if directed by council.
Okay, thank you. We would have to make an amendment.
I would then like to make an amendment that a letter be sent to them regarding the decision on not purchasing a system from them. And in that way, that puts it to bed. That's the only reason
So the amendment would be to direct administration to send a letter to Trident Pump regarding the decision made today.
Yep.
Okay.
Would, through the chair, would you add to that, that we would use them to rent if necessary?
Well, you know what,
Because it says that here.
Would you like to weigh in on this particular item? If not, we can keep going.
To the chair, Councillor Chisholm, the use of the system is administration's the kind of our discretion. So I mean, if us not purchasing the system wouldn't preclude us from using them in any way, shape, or form. So even us sending the letter would not preclude us from using them should we have a use.
Okay, I just was asking because it was on page 27.
Right.
Thanks.
So you're okay with the amendment as written, okay? Councillor Capitania.
Through the chair, to Shalapai, I guess I'm just asking, do we know that their business model is to have rentals available to community? Is that something that they could want, that is, I want to say, insured for the future?
Through the chair to Councillor Kapitanic, their business model has changed a couple times over the last few years. They started as a rental company. They've shifted more to a sales company. Whether or not they have the system available in community, we do have neighboring municipalities that also have the system that we could utilize.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, is there any further?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Councillor Stasiak and then Councillor Chisholm? Oh, just Councillor Stasiak? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Is there somebody in that room that can bring me up to speed on what these Trident pumps really are? I read the literature on it, but it says it's a useful tool, and that's about as far as I can make out. So what actually are they?
Chief Shalapai, would you like to weigh in? I do see, as it mentions in here, what their use seems to be a little bit restricted for the application that we normally see.
Through the chair to Councillor Stasiak, so the Trident pump system, it is a UTV mounted pumping system. So they have two UTVs. One has a hose deployer system that deploys a larger diameter hose, and then they have a pump mounted on a UTV. So it allows for rural water access, or not rural, but remote water access, where larger vehicles typically wouldn't be able to get in. They also do have the ability to deploy larger diameter sprinklers, and they've successfully done this in BC at a logging camp, where they were able to provide some structural protection. That being said, it is different than what we typically use, so it would not necessarily align with what we currently do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, if we're ready for the amendment from Deputy Reeve Mins is to direct administration to send a letter to Trident Pumps regarding the decision made today. If we're ready for that amendment, all those in favor? And do we have any opposed? That carries 9-0. And the motion, which is a recorded vote made by Councillor Hall, is to receive this report as information and to direct administration to send a letter to Trident Pumps regarding the decision made today. If we're all ready for that particular motion, on all those in favor. We have Councillor DeHollick, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Chamzik, Reeve Holland, Deputy Reeve Mins, and Councillor Calhoun, and Councillor Stasiak. And opposed, we have Councillor Hall and Councillor Kapitaniak. Thank you very much. we are moving on to 5.3, the appointment to the Town Library Board, which is on page 28 of your agenda. Do we have any volunteers for this particular appointment? I know when I go through and look at our current workload that we have for committees by council, each counselor. And I guess we have to sit down and really look at how we are divvying up the work that we are expected to do, and that includes our committees. And we try and make them as equal as possible because, of course, our pay that we receive in an honorarium includes committee work. And so when we look at a few of these, we have most everybody is at the threshold for what is fair, which is usually 6 committees and 2 alternates. And so we do have a few counselors who are not there and was hoping that one of those counselors might be interested in taking it on. Counselor Kapitaniak, would you be interested at all? No, I agree with that. Right, but we are looking to fill that position, and I know everybody else's workloads are quite full.
I feel bad.
It's okay. You understand there's situations where it's in that. Counselor.
This is more of just a comment / question, and don't feel bad, Jack. I mean, we all have our things, and you've been trying to be so accommodating. I know that they've already said no to Zoom. Would they be like willing to maybe accommodate moving it up to a time that works for Counselor Daholic? Like maybe they need to work a little bit with us here too, because Counselor Daholic, you have been trying. You're definitely not shirking your duties. Don't feel bad at all.
Well, the thing, summer is coming and spring is coming. The days are a lot longer, huh? I'd be okay. And hopefully, work out that way. I'd still be willing to sit on it.
And I guess that's what I'm trying to see. So maybe they could accommodate moving up the time a little just for a few months too, because it is an important board for one of us to sit on, and you obviously did want to be on that, and that's why you chose to be there. So that's just a question, comment, I guess, for me.
Thank you. So in just for clarity purposes, I'm assuming this as a library board, it's their own legislative body. So it's not that we can appoint alternates, if I'm not mistaken. We can't do that. So does council have as Councillor Callahoo suggested, I think it's a great suggestion. Do we direct administration to send a letter to the library board, Alice B. Donahue Library and Archives Board, requesting if they might accommodate a time change? Please go ahead. Anybody? Deputy Reedman?
I'm 100% sure that they're gonna come back and say our board meetings are at this time. And this is when we're gonna have our board meetings. I'm sorry if you can't find somebody in your midst to make it to the meeting. That's they're gonna throw it right back in our face and completely understand Councillor Daholic that what's on your end and everything, and I said what I thought before and I got shot down, so I'm not going to say anymore. It's just, I think everybody should be stepping up to the plate.
Thank you, Councillor Callahoo.
So just in respect to that, Councillor Mins, the reason I came up with the idea of the other library board I do sit on did accommodate. My schedule was always conflicting with theirs with another board I sit on, and they actually very willingly accommodated that and moved their meeting to like a whole different day for me. So that's just sort of why I was wondering, and we won't know their answer unless we ask, and it could be a no, but we won't know unless we ask, right? Just trying to help out Councillor Daholic here a little as much as I can.
Would you like to put that motion on the floor?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I think after that, we will direct administration. The motion is from Councillor Callahoo is to direct administration to send a letter to Alice B. Donahue Library and Archives Board requesting a meeting time change to see if we can't accommodate a representative from Athabasca County. Is that fair? All right, if we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And do we have any opposed? There we go, 9-0, thank you. All right, so we are moving to item 6.1, which is the bylaw 006/2026 from the public hearing this morning. That is the land use bylaw amendment to redistrict from agricultural A to light industrial M1 on lot 1, block 1, plan 0826088. Sorry, oh, just a clearing of the throat there. Okay, so we're on page 29 of our agenda package, and would administration like to weigh in on the administrative report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. So you all participated in the public hearing held earlier today. A lot of the information is in the report and was touched upon during the public hearing. But I just wanted to highlight just a few things as we go through this report. So again, the southern portion of Lot 1, where the existing dwelling is, will remain as agricultural district to ensure that that existing development is in compliance with our land use bylaw. Highlight that Lot 1 is within the growth node policy area overlay, which is identified for having growth potential and where concentrated commercial and industrial development shall occur. The purpose of the light industrial district is to permit opportunities for light industrial and manufacturing uses appropriate for specific locations determined by council. Taking a quick read through again through our land use bylaw, a work camp is only permitted in the Crown Land District, the Highway Business District, Light Industrial, and the Spruce Valley Transitional Industrial District. So Crown Land, it's Crown operated. Highway business, it's specific to lands that are located near a major highway or a major two-lane transportation route. And the Spruce Valley Transitional Industrial District is specific to the lands where LPAC is situated on. So light industrial would be the only available district for a work camp to accommodate this proposal. I welcome any questions.
Thank you
I
very
do.
much. Does council have any? Councillor Stasiak's waving at me.
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
thank you. Through the chair, I'm looking at on page 36 of 192, and I'm looking at discretionary uses, and one is communal dwellings, and further down, industrial uses, rural. How are those defined? Does that give the ability to put a camp under those uses, permitted uses, or discretionary uses, I should say? Well, go ahead. It's in discretionary uses side.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. So a communal dwelling means an arrangement of dwellings as an integral part of an agricultural, religious, or education facility operated by recognized communal organizations. So it would not fit that definition. And I'm sorry, what was the other one?
It's industrial uses, rural, further about 2 inches further down from there.
So industrial uses rural means an industrial development involving the initial processing or storage of forestry or mineral products, which because of odor, noise, and flammable materials require large tracts of land for environmental protection, or warehousing or storage of forestry or mineral materials, goods and processing or transportation equipment, or natural resource processing industries whose location is tied to the resource or provisions of a large-scale transportation and vehicle service facilities involved in the transportation of forest or mineral products, and may include uses such as sawmills or auction marts. So unfortunately, it doesn't meet that definition either.
Okay, and one other question I've got. Way back in the 90s when Allpack was first being built, I was a member at large on the planning commission, and I remember there were areas around Allpack that were designated specifically for work camps, because they were, at that time, everybody was applying for work camp, and we decided back then that that wasn't appropriate to scatter them all over. So it's similar to an area structure plan specific more towards Allpack. Is there something still in the system like that, or can we find it, or are you aware of it at all?
Madam Chair. So, we've there's been 2 land use bylaw and municipal development plans updated since the 90s.
Okay.
And so there perhaps was something back in the day. The Spruce Valley, there's Spruce Valley Industrial M3 and M4 that were designed specifically for Alpac. And those got carried forward through the documents through the years. But as far as what you're speaking to, it's not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. While we're on the definitions, I was curious too about buildings and uses accessory to permitted uses. If that could be defined as well, please.
So Madam Chair, an example would be if someone has a single family dwelling and they want to build a garage or put up a shed, that would be an accessory building. If someone had a storage facility site and wanted to put up piles of, say, like aggregate or something that supports their business, that would be a similar use to what the development permit was issued for. So we have to have a principal development permit, and then it could potentially have accessory buildings or accessory uses to that main principal use.
Okay, and so that's why work camps are discretionary, because they don't apply to that
Well,
definition?
I would assume, Madam Chair, members of council, that work camps are listed as discretionary because if a development permit is issued, we do have to advertise a discretionary use, and it does open the availability for members of the public who feel they are affected to appeal that decision. So a discretionary use opens that up. If it's permitted and there's no variances, we are legislated to issue that permit and no one could appeal it other than the applicant.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, does anyone else have any questions, comments? I know there's kind of people are contemplating. Councillor Chamzik.
I do have a quick question. I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused on how does rezoning work on someone else's land? Like, I don't understand that process.
So Madam Chair, the applicant is working on behalf of the landowner. So during our application process, you have the landowner whose registered title owner has to sign the application or provide consent, and then you can have an applicant who acts on behalf of them. And that's, I believe, the case, in if that answers your question.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Hall.
I appreciate that, a number of individuals have taken the time to come in and express their concerns and worries about what is really still a hypothetical development. And that's a lot of what we heard. If you look at the letters, nearly 80% of them are opposed to a development that there is no application for. Now, the applicant has been clear that, they intend to do something, but the reality is there isn't there. And I guess I have, a bit of reservation when I think about the words of those who are opposed, because it wasn't always clear to me how they were directly impacted, whether they were touching it, whether they were on the road, whether they were in the neighborhood. And I didn't have my map book handy to go try and figure out where everybody lives relative to this. So are they, to me, if something's happening adjacent to your house, it bears different weight than if it's happening down the road from your house or you're past the road on it. But I also, from listening to that conversation, I think we need to sort out the information that's relevant to the decision that's actually in front of us, and that, which is evidence-based and not just speculation. There are many statements that sound relevant, but which for me, I think only muddy the waters as they relate to hypotheticals, or hypothetical development for which there's actually 0 permit applications in place. And the question in front of us is whether M1 classification and any of the permitted uses are appropriate. And today we've heard, and I'm going to say sort of quote, expert conclusions from various individuals who, well, I think have legitimate concerns. There's no evidence that any of them are experts on road construction or there's no, that hasn't been provided. So there's a bunch of concerns worried. We heard worries about septic tanks spilling. I can't, maybe admin can share when I've finished, when the last time we know about a septic trunk had a leakage or a spill that was of, a material volume that actually mattered. A few drops out of the hose, or did they dump the whole tank? I mean, yes, it's a theoretical possibility, but is it a realistic possibility? And is it relevant to the decision? So even having said that, ultimately, it's not relevant at this point. Today, we did hear comments about responsible governance. And I agree with that. And I think that we have a duty that requires us to exclude from consideration inflammatory comments, things that are not related to the land use application. Because, once the land use is changed, any of the permitted uses are available by right. As long as there's no variances, that's all there. And so to me, this is, we want to make sure we don't, notwithstanding some of what we heard and some of the questions, this is not a debate about a hypothetical camp. Well, we know that, that's almost certainly the intention of the applicant. M1 does permit a range of uses. And so I look at this and think, there is a reasonable proposal in front of us that serves industry. It meets a need that we all are very clearly know we have in terms of housing. And so I would hope that we would think about the question in front of us and what's right in the grand scheme. And, to me, we need to support this and move ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Kaptanian.
Sorry, I apologize earlier. I've never choked on air before. But something got in my throat, so I do apologize. I was really actually thinking hard about listening to those letters being read into the record today, because I do believe that when I first started reading them earlier and then hearing them, I was actually embarrassed to be representing a community that would have people be so blatantly, obviously aggressive towards an entire industry and its tradespeople, and to find that it is actually acceptable to expect a council to weigh rezoning land for future development with their impression that all tradespeople are criminal, alcoholic ruffians that are going to steal stuff from your garage and burn up your gravel roads is a little bit ridiculous, but also, again, embarrassing. So I apologize to everybody who comes to our community to work, to invest on behalf of Athabasca County and its residents, because I have attended a lot of economic development education, training, and seminars in the last 5 years. And I'll tell you, the one thing that a county that professes wanting to grow doesn't need is a community that is louder than the investors saying how we don't want you around. And so with that, I do just want to bring to light that we do say we want economic development. We do invest with our ECDEV officers, with our departments, with our the courses that we take. We say we want to learn on how to get investment to our community. And I feel like just this little piece, and that's rezoning a property that could potentially have growth on it and potentially bring economic development to that area, right in front of us. And not only just right in front of us, community members, I'll say plural, who've lived in the county for, I'm going to assume, most of their life, if not all, pay their taxes, have their children go to school, just people that we already know, our neighbors, our friends. And we sometimes don't have to look so far to try to attract investment when it's already here. So I need to encourage it and say, what can we do to help to make it work for you? And how can we help make it work for your neighbors? Because I think it's pretty clear here that this investor, this landowner already has a battle to fight. And that battle shouldn't even have a name. You shouldn't have to fight to say that people in the trades are not all terrible people. And because our community doesn't have enough, I want to say short-term housing, not just hotels, but short-term housing. And with that, I'll segue. there's a lot of people that come to work for LPAC that want to buy a house or live here and there isn't anything available, or they need to find something. So short-term housing doesn't mean that they want to rent for the rest of their life either. They might be moving here ahead of their spouse or their family, and they might need to stay there for 3 months because maybe the house they're purchasing, the sale hasn't closed. But think of all these things. There's different needs for accommodation, and in that area specifically, I don't see any reason to not rezone this. Again, not based that we even know for sure that this is going to happen, but that we'd be open to investment in our community. And again, apologize for having read into the record on county record such disturbing opinions of people who will say work blue collar jobs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Councillor Chisholm, if I may, and then I guess when I hear these types of comments being made by councillors, I also am concerned. We're sitting here judging people's feelings that we have no right to judge. This information that was presented this morning, maybe these people didn't understand what exactly was the intent of the proposed use. But we have no right to discount their feelings. We don't, that's not up to us to pass that judgment. Work camps, when you hear the word work camps, they are controversial, not only here, but they are controversial everywhere. Some may say work camps take away from your housing, that maybe the need for housing is there, and if we have a work camp, we won't see that housing development. There are arguments for both, for and against. We hear it in McMurray is a perfect example of it, and it's very controversial. Our MLA, Brian Jean, is he is our MLA in Wandering River. Yes, he is our MLA along with Glenn Van Dyken. And he is very much against work camps because of that take away from the housing aspect. We also heard this morning that people who are going to be using this already live here. So they're now, where are the rentals that they are accommodating? What's going to happen to those? So again, there's different pros and cons in the whole matter. This has been a very difficult situation because we have a development permit for this temporary storage that has been approved. And now we're looking at changing the zoning to potentially expand from the storage to make it functional. So again, it's very difficult. We had a lot of information presented to us here this morning. The details that came out from the letters, we just got them minutes before the public hearing. So for me, I am not prepared to go forward in the entirety of this until the information can be digested, number one, and two, to sit back and really look at the pros and cons of exactly the controversial aspect that a work camp brings, and what is best for the community, what is best for Athabasca County, and ultimately what is best for the people that it impacts. So for me, rushing into something with just hammering through information that we've just received, I'm not prepared to go into a complete decision today. I need more time for sure. And again, apologizing to the trades. I don't think the trades are offended by any means, especially knowing that we're just learning what the intent was. And these letters came in prior to learning what that intent was. And so we also know that some work camps can be difficult. So we heard this morning that is not the intent here and what the intent was. So again, everybody needs time, as far as I'm concerned, to sit down and really look at this and consider it. It is a growth node area that it's being proposed in. So it's been part of our municipal development plan. There's all kinds of things to take into consideration. There is time, of course, as storage for the development permit, I believe, is up till July 31st. So I don't think it's something that we need to rush in a decision, but that's just how I feel. Councillor Chisholm and then Councillor DeHaan.
Yeah, thank you. You took the words out of my mouth. A lot of this stuff I didn't even know till today or just earlier today. Can we table this?
Yes, we can definitely table it.
I would definitely like some time.
Okay.
how long would we like this? Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion to table this.
Sorry, Counselor Hall, please.
We had people on deck to speak, and then when you jump on with the tabling motion, it kills debate and we don't get to hear from our colleagues before we do it.
Yes, she was. But again, a tabling motion on the floor.
Doesn't allow you. Okay,
Doesn't
so
allow-
I'll retract that and wait a minute.
We have to do that because it's been stated, we have to do it as unanimously to retract it. Okay, so if unanimously, is everybody satisfied that the retraction of the tabling motion happened? Yes, everybody unanimously? Counselor Stacey, okay, thank you. Counselor Chisholm, please go ahead.
Thank you. The thing is too, if they don't go ahead with the work camp or man camp, they still, if we do approve this development, I mean, it's still open for all that M1 type of development, which could open up different doors, which I think is something that we need to consider. And also, I didn't get the impression that they were bad mouthing people. I've lived in camps before, and the intent is always at times where we want the more educated, the tradesmen, those type of people. But if it's an open camp, alcohol seems to be an issue. So some of the concerns that those landowners had were, I think, good concerns. So, and I mean, they're talking about 35 years of municipal development, and they're asking us to really reconsider, you know, the development there. And I mean, everybody's in agreement that it's needed, but maybe this is not the right location. So I wouldn't be going forward with the motion.
Okay. Counselor Stacey.
I've got just a couple of questions. First of all, there was a little bit of discussion at the presentations about that road being narrow and kind of soft. Would this, let's assume hypothetically that we approve this, does that put any onus on the municipality to help upgrade the road, or any obligations, I should say, because we approved it? And I'll just go ahead with that one. I lost my train of thought here for a second. Yeah, just first question would be, is there any onus? Oh, I know. The other question would have been, are these buildings going to be accessible, or because they're not really fastened down to the ground, are they exempt from being assessed in taxation?
Madam Chair, members of council, so to speak on the road construction or road status maintenance. So at the time of development permit application, once we know what exactly is going to be applied for and proposed developed on site, we send out our internal referrals to transportation, environment, agricultural, fire protection, emergency, and they provide us with comments. So I would go ahead and assumed in the past, this is how the process has happened. If there is a need for road upgrades, if there is a need for dust suppression, if there is a need for anything like that, it is the onus of the developer, and those are placed as conditions of approval. So until we know what exactly is going there, until there's a development permit, we don't know the specifics of those conditions. But to answer Councillor Stasiak's question, those responsibilities are for the applicant, because they are bringing the development, they are having that change of use. So it's their responsibility to pay for any required upgrading or satisfy the conditions. For example, if there's a traffic impact assessment that is warranted, it's their responsibility to obtain that and submit it to the county. If there's necessary setbacks Alberta environment requires, it's their responsibility to adhere to those. So there is a process once we receive the application, but until we receive one, we don't know what could be, because we could put in stipulations for a proposed work camp, and 2 weeks down the line, it changes to a service station. Well, there's now different requirements for a service station. So then we would have to review that application, that site plan, and determine those conditions of approval based on that. So I guess to answer the question, any upgrades, any maintenance, upgrades would be required by the applicant. There is usually a warranty period if there's any new construction, and then it becomes the county's responsibility.
Thank you very much. So, council, I know for myself, I need more time personally. I don't know if anybody else has anything. Councillor Hall?
Just because it's all fresh in their mind, I had a couple of more questions quickly. Just can Min confirm how many road experts we had speak to us this morning?
Madam Chair, I believe it was just landowners that were.
So no road experts were here. Okay. Just because we've heard a lot about the roads, but not one expert told us anything about them. That's what I wanted to make sure. And again, I'm just going to reiterate, we got to debate the development permit at the right stage. We're talking about land use, not development permit.
Thank you. Please go ahead. Madam
Madam Chair, sorry, I forgot, Councillor Stasiak had asked about assessment. So our assessors base the taxes on use. My understanding is the foundation is irrelevant. If it's a use and it's infrastructure or structures on the land, they are taxed based on the use and what's there.
Thank you. Councillor Callahoo, and I think Councillor Stasiak might want to weigh in there.
Okay, I just more have a comment. So during the delegation this morning, and as we've been speaking here, I've sort of been, the whole time making a pro and con list. And as of right now, my pro list is a little bit longer. Understanding where they're coming from, it does solve a lot of problems, whatever. I mean, there is some cons, but I also agree with my colleagues needing more time. Maybe, my list needs to be adjusted one way or the other and whatever, but yeah, I'd like to learn more.
Okay, thank you. And I know as Councillor Hall mentioned, we might not have a certificated, educated. I don't know how you want to put it with regards to an expert is concerned, but I think longtime generational residents pretty much know what the roads are like in their area and how they react to certain conditions. And the comment made this morning from one of the presenters that a 4.5 meter wide road was definitely sparked a bit of a concern for myself as well. Councillor DeHolick, do you have anything further? I don't know if anybody else has anything further, but I know you mentioned a tabling motion.
I haven't anything further to say. It's just that I'll make the tabling motion now.
Okay. If that's fair, tabling, of course, is no debate. So if we are ready for that vote, all those in favor to table? And opposed? 2, 7 and 2, that I
Can I just-
table.
As a point of order, members participating via electronically need to state their vote.
I saw him raise his hand and that's part of being visual,
No,
so
that's part of the procedural bylaw. I'm sorry.
they need to be heard, but I can, and seen, heard and seen, so I was able to see him. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, I don't mind. I'll put yay. I need more time, so I don't mind.
Thank you. I saw your hand go up. I appreciate that. Thank you. All righty, 6.2 is, absolutely, please go ahead.
Would council be able to give us direction on when they would like us to bring this back?
To be honest with you, I would have to sit and look at a calendar to try and figure out if we're available for the next meeting, if council feels that way. I need to do a little bit more understanding as well. So judging by the calendars that are happening, I don't know if we can quickly look at them.
Can I say there's no requirement to do every reading at the same meeting. So there's nothing wrong with bringing second reading back to a meeting, taking another breath, bringing third reading back to the next meeting.
No, understood. It's just that we're looking at all of the congestion in our March calendar and our commitments that it's really difficult to concentrate on one particular item and give it the time that I feel is appropriate and it deserves. what does council have for suggestion? I know my March calendar is extremely full, but not opposed to looking at the 26th. Go ahead, Councillor Chamsey.
Oh, I think maybe later on, the lake meeting in March would be appropriate for myself, speaking for myself, as we know how busy March can be.
The 26th is the last meeting of the regular county council meeting of March. The last Thursday, the 26th. Sorry?
I would like to ask, I mean, if they know if there's a.
I know we do have quite a few public hearings happening on March 26th. There's a couple for sure, if I'm not, there's 3 happening on March 26th. There's another one happening on March 12th. Like I say, our calendars are getting quite full. It's up to council what they would ultimately like to do. The next meeting for April would be April 9.
Can I say the first meeting in March works for me for second reading? I mean, we're here to do the research and make decisions. And, you know, as we're talking about business and investment, time is money. And I think, you know, we owe it to everybody involved to make a decision sooner rather than later, especially because this is only step one. Once the land use classification is changed, then, you know, there needs to be a development permit because the development permit is discretionary. It has to be advertised. I think probably does it also end up at council or MPC? So I just think out of respect for people who are willing to invest money, we should do the work to have this at least second reading on the next agenda and keep things moving. So I'm not in favor of kicking it out as far as April.
Thank you. Where's everybody else at? And again, second reading at one meeting doesn't mean necessarily the third reading is coming back just as fast. So I'm satisfied with April 9th personally. I know March is absolutely swamped. I can't even think in March this time. But that's personally. Where's everybody else?
Well, if I can cut in there, March 10th is the end of the appeal for the permit. Permit is out there right now.
Yeah, the current permit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah. I guess we'll, like, if that permit gets appealed,
Then it goes into a longer process as
a
well.
longer process, so, yeah. Now that everybody knows what the permit's for. It's
Right, yes, because that was difficult. So I'm satisfied with April 9th. I believe that, I don't know how much time there's required if there's appeal that's going to come forward, what how quick subdivision and appeal board can be. I don't know those timelines there off the top of my head.
Pardon,
if
I'm
that should
sorry,
happen.
could you repeat that? Did you just say there is an appeal that's going?
No,
to
I
come
said
forward?
if an appeal comes forward, I don't know how much time is needed. And I don't even know if the subdivision and appeal board is the place that it would go. It might be going to the LPRT if there's an appeal. So I don't know.
With the unnamed creek, would that not be the land of property?
I don't know. The LPRT.
I don't want to be dense on this, but like we're scrambling the egg here. The
We gave
appeal
it
of a
time.
development permit does not seem relevant to what we're doing on the land use bylaw.
This is very difficult. Obviously, it's very difficult because the current permit that has been approved is related directly to this land use. So it is very difficult. It's been a difficult
But
public
they are
hearing
not
for the same
dependent on
reason.
each other.
It's a difficult situation that we've been placed in. I'm satisfied with April 9th. There's one for March 12th. So where's council sitting?
Or even better, personally, I like to get work done.
So you would, okay, March 12th.
well, I'd go with either the 26th or the 9th.
26th and 9th.
I'm indifferent. No comment.
I don't see the benefit of dragging it out, and so I'm on the 9th. It's not the 9th, the 12th of March.
Probably the 26th of April.
Okay. 26th and 9th.
26th of the 9th as well.
Okay, Mr. Stasiak.
Yeah, I'm going to say the 9th is fine with me. We have a meet or 26th. Yeah, I'm flexible.
Okay.
I don't
so
have any
I'm-
preference.
I'm going to highly recommend the 9th, being that everyone's, seems to be the 26th of the 9th, because the 26th, we have 3 public hearings, which then allows
Right.
for 4 more or 3 more bylaws, if not more, during that time. So let's put it to the 9th, April 9th.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Would you put that as a motion, please?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was actually going to recommend, why don't you make a motion that we bring this back on a specific date and then vote on it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So who would like to put the motion on the floor? Councillor DeHollick would like to, is that okay? No, he's like, "Mm." Do you want the motion on the floor? Okay, Councillor DeHollick would like to move that bylaw 006/2026 return to the table, return to council on April 9th. And recorded vote is required here. I'm just making my notes, so I have that. All right, we're ready for the question. All those in favor? We have Councillor DeHollick, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Chamzik, Reeve Holland, Deputy Reeve Minns, and Councillor Stasiak, and those opposed.
Nay.
Councillor Kapitaniak, Councillor Hall, and Councillor Calhoun. April 9th it is. Thank you.
Madam Chair, sorry, just one more question. At this time, you don't have any more information you're requesting admin to bring back on April 9th? This is just to table this report to come back, correct?
At this time, yes, there was a lot of information that was provided this morning. As I mentioned, I need to digest for me personally, but I don't know if anybody else has anything that they would like to add. Councillor Hall.
If it would please my colleagues and be reasonable, I would ask for a map of where all the letters, the proximity to the subject. Like, I just would like to see, are they touching? Are they 5 miles down the road? And I mean, I guess I can take the map book and look for it, but I think admin could quite easily provide that to us.
I don't know if we necessarily have a definition of how impacted residents are. Do they have to be within a certain distance? I believe from prior, and I could be incorrect, but when someone feels that they are impacted by the development, I'm not necessarily sure there is a specific definition that the Athabasca County has on the distance. Is there a specific distance that is required to consider impact?
Madam Chair, members of council, when we do our referrals, we just say adjacent, and adjacent means touching. So that's where the letters go.
Okay. That's where the letters go, but when people feel they're impacted, how far away do they have to be?
They're allowed, you don't need to live anywhere near something to come and express your opinion.
Thank you very much.
That's under the act.
Thank you.
So we're just waiting. Instead of discussion, could there be a motion or not, Madam Chair?
I'll make a motion that we have the map, and just, you know, with the logic for those of us who were at the Brownlee seminar, one of the things that they brought up was, you know, it's a good idea to ask the people who are speaking. And again, there weren't a lot of speakers, and they both addressed this. But when you have larger groups, to say, how are you impacted by the project, and have them clarify that, because we do and have in the past seen times where there are people speaking to things that you know, feel they're impacted, and that's fair, but they may be, you know, living farther away, or there, you know, there may just be something that helps us to assess the weighting to provide. So I would make a motion that we direct admin to provide some additional information on the proximity of the submissions to the proposal.
Councillor Chamzik?
Well, I know in the past with other developments, you know, like when you speak about impacts, it could be miles down the road, whether it be an odor issue, those types of things sometimes are impacts of residents as well. Like,
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that. I think Councillor Kapitanian?
I just wanted to clarify what I understood is something actually I think would be helpful just to save us, because we have administration some time. Could we just have a map that shows us where the people who sent the letters live? That's all. It wasn't about their impact or not, just instead of gonna sit for an hour with my map book and try to figure out where everyone lives. That's administration asked if there's anything we wanted in between now and the next meeting, and a colleague said, I'd like to have that information. It's not anything other than a request for a map with some dots.
Thank you. Are we ready for the motion to be voted on? Mrs. Plur, do you have the wording? Because I didn't write it down. I think everybody understands what the motion is. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, and opposed? I'm sorry, Counselor Stasiak, you were for or opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that motion fails. Okay. Thank you. I think sorry, I'm hearing all kinds of people chattering, so if we could just leave it to one person speaking. If you need to speak, please use your microphone. And let's please just try and get through the meeting with some decorum. Some decorum, please. Thank you. I think I'm going to take a recess, folks. We're going to take a recess until 1 p.m., please, until we can take a moment and breathe and hopefully come back with able to move forward properly. yeah, there we go. It's 1:01, so we said we'd come back at that time. Thank you for the recess. We are moving on to 6.2 of our agenda, which is page 41 of your package. This is bylaw 016/2026, land use bylaw amendment, redistrict agriculture A to heavy industrial M2 on Northwest 176819 west of the 4th. And I think, does administration, would you like to weigh in on the administrative report or?
Madam Chair, members of council, so just going through the application, so the subject land is located on the northwest 14 kilometers northwest of the hamlet of Grassland on the south side of Township Road 683. Lot 2 has existing industrial development and the remnant of Northwest 176819 is vacant cultivated land. The applicant had applied for subdivision and received conditional approval to take 6.82 hectares or 16.85 acres from the Northwest 17 quarter and consolidate it with lot 2. And so part of the conditions of approval is to rezone, which would align the zoning on lot 2.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions. So I'll start, and just looking at the map on page 44, it appears that the area is to the north of them is a numbered company that owns that property, and to the east is another company that owns that property. So I'm just wondering, because we don't have a description of what the development would be, how, I'm assuming there needs to be an access somehow to that. Is that from the owner's property or?
Madam Chair, members of council. So on page 44, the area highlighted in blue, that's the new area to be consolidated with the parcel to the north, that lot 2. And so access will be from Township Road 683. For the remnant quarter, you have also access off of 683.
Okay.
In a different location.
Thank you. And we don't know what the reason is for the request?
It's to satisfy the condition of subdivision.
Okay. All right, so does anybody have any questions? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So is it correct to understand this is about 1.5 miles from the other parcel that we talked about a few minutes ago?
Approximately that, yes.
Okay, anybody else on this one? Deputy Reed-Mins?
Okay, just to get my head wrapped around this, the 16.82 hectares is gonna be lumped in with the subdivision to the north. So that'll be one big subdivision then. Okay. Perfect.
Thank you. Yes, I didn't understand that. I needed clarity on that as well. Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we have a recommendation here from administration to give first reading of bylaw 016/2026. Is everybody ready to go for that? All right, so to give first reading of, who would like to do that? Okay, Councillor DeHollick would like to give first reading of bylaw 016/2026, land use bylaw amendment to redistrict 6.82 hectares or 16.85 acres of part of Northwest 176819 west of the 4th from Ag District to Heavy Industrial M2 District, and to direct administration to schedule and advertise the public hearing on March 26, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. for bylaw 016/2026. If we're all ready for the vote, all those in favor? And do we have any opposed? Thank you. And I did see you, Councillor Stasiak, and I just wanted to point out that it does mention in our procedural bylaw that you just have to state your vote, which doesn't mean that it's needs to be verbal. It can be visual. So thank you for that.
Okay, did I do a follow-up question? Given the concerns we just heard expressed from landowners who did not receive notification but felt that they were impacted by this, should we direct administration to expand the area of notification from those that are just simply touching this to a slightly larger zone?
Deputy Reed-Mins.
Well, I don't think so, because like anybody, if it gets impacted by anybody, somebody feels they're impacted in it down in Rochester, they can. And why would we send out notices? Meaning through the paper, through the website, through how many things? Like, I don't think we need to change anything, just. No.
Let's try to be sensitive to what we heard from ratepayers an hour ago.
Well, I think it was pretty evident that people who didn't receive a letter adjacent definitely had the opportunity to come forward because they had either saw an ad or whichever, but I'm assuming there are particular policies that would relate to how those letters go out. Is that accurate? Because we would then go outside of policy, or is there a bylaw, or what is the sending the letter out rule?
It's as per the Municipal Government Act and our land use bylaw. But council can always give us other direction.
Right, and I think that giving other direction to go outside of a bylaw or the MGA is kind of a little dicier than the policy, so I'm not interested in going that direction. Anyone else? So can we just move forward now? Okay, thank you. Policy 10908 FCSS donation trusts, page 77 of your agenda package, which is item 8.1.
If I may.
8.1, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just thought it was a great little cleanup of the policy as well, and what a wonderful, beautiful legacy Mr. Terabula has left. Some
That's awesome.
positivity.
I agree. It's nice to see those good feeling stories coming forward. Did you want to put forward the recommended motion?
Yes, please.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this item, Councillor Hall?
So we have a policy in place, but I guess, or proposed, but when I read the policy and then look at the request to just add to the budget, I'm wondering if council could be informed both of what additional services are being added, or what new ways will the community be served by this addition to the budget, and can administration clarify for us what follow-up occurs? So what are the mechanisms for accountability and transparency regarding the use of these funds? Is there annual reporting to council? I didn't read that in the policy the way it's written, so this looks like it's just a check to operations.
Madam Chair, so there's been a number of things that we've been working on. So one of them I can say is a bench in memory of. We're also working on a bursary with the high school. And then there's Mr. Tiberlin was a regular user of the multiplex, and so we're working with the multiplex as well for gift cards or passes for folks that take FCSS services. So there's a number of initiatives that we have underway, and to be clear, it is all things that are outside of the FCSS mandate.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Chamzak would like to move that council adopts policy 10908 FCSS donation trust as presented, and that $15,000 be allocated from the FCSS donation trust to the 2026 FCSS operating budget. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you very much. 9-0. 8.2 is the community event grants request. This one has quite a bit of information, which I think is fantastic, that's brought forward to us. And the initiatives that are being taken in our community, which I think is also fantastic to see. Does anybody have any questions on this one? I know I do. Okay, so I'll start. So it mentions here that the request is that the community event grant funding of $2,500 be used for the Taste of Athabasca event, and that there's $800 in gravel for the Rotary Club Celebrity Dinner Auction and Fundraiser. And I just was wanting to mention that the council should also be aware. This was something that was done in the past and it's been widely and excited about, like, people really enjoyed seeing that and we're very happy to see it. But we also should be aware too, that we have also, and this is something that I was kind of confused about how it didn't come to council, but there was back in September, we are also donating through an arms motion at the multiplex. We are also donating for the next two celebrity dinners, field house rental to them for an exchange of donation, the Rotary giving the multiplex a donation of water glasses and utensils to the arms board. So I was confused a little bit as to how our budget is impacted by a board's decision on giving free rentals. So just wanted people to know that we are also doing a larger donation than just the $800 in gravel should council choose to go that direction. Go ahead, please, Councillor Capitani.
I'm not currently a Rotary member, but I do have some history on that and I'm happy to share because it's public knowledge. After COVID and the multiplex being closed for a long time, when it was reopened, lots of things were amiss and there's no one around that has any answers. But one of the things was there was no cutlery, there was no wine glasses, there was no water glasses in the kitchen anymore. And so at that time, Rotary was planning their first dinner coming back after COVID went, and as a club purchased new hundreds of glasses and sets of cutlery and quality and spent, I can't remember the exact amount, but it was thousands of dollars, and used them, and then came to Arms to say, in exchange for rent for a couple of dinners, we'd like to donate the utensils, because obviously when you have other events, your renters want to have you provide cutlery and glasses, and that makes our community look better too. So it's kind of just a nice trade, but in a way, I would say it also was Rotary saying we don't need to be the only ones who use these. Like, we're a service club. Why would we hoard water glasses in a storage room somewhere? So that's kind of what happened there. And now the multiplex can have rentals and you can eat with real cutlery because there wasn't any after COVID.
Appreciate that. I know in the motion from the Arms, September 22 of 2025, it says future use of the donated wine and water glasses are at no charge for additional events to them. So I'm under the impression that those items are rented by other groups hosting events, as most weddings or most other type of events, they're either bringing in their own.
It's put out there like you can rent them out, but
Can you use your microphone? So please.
I think that it's more of a discretion of the management. You know, when you put in a contract, like you're going to have all these things, but you can take things out. I don't want to say that everyone rents the glasses or everyone doesn't, but I know that there are many groups that are not charged a rent for extra things.
So that I guess
like say the community dinner and such, they're not going to, the multiplex isn't going to charge the community dinner to use the water glasses.
And I guess that's where I have a bit of a concern that we have how this impacts our deficit by giving away revenue for the multiplex that's already struggling getting revenue in, and it does impact our budgets, the town and the county. So these types of things, I just wanted people to be aware of, that the $800 isn't the only donation that we would be providing ultimately, as we are providing free rental as well as owners of that particular building. And I find it disturbing personally that we have the ability in certain committees or groups or boards or whichever to impact our budget without it coming to council. That's just my concern there.
I guess the option could have been, as a public member, anyone could have come and suggested that the multiplex board just go out and purchase thousands of dollars of stuff and then nothing would have changed. So, I mean, if that's something you want to come and propose, that they give all that back to the Rotary and charge the regular rate and then add into the budget that we now have to buy that stuff because the multiplex then ideally wouldn't have glasses or cutlery again, then there's always another route, right?
Yep, thank you. I think there's a definite discussion that needs to take place as to what rentals look like so that we are maximizing our return for such a large deficit.
Can I say that, I mean, this kind of micromanaging is inappropriate. This did come to council because the multiplex budget does come to council, and council, as you will recall, has approved the deficit. these things are baked in to the budget. So it's not, there's no secret, there's no hidden. This is an independent society that has, council has direction on, council makes choices about what we put in. And if they, in their wisdom, decide to make a trade of glasses for a space rental, I mean, do we really at Athabasca County need to micromanage that facility to that degree? Like and we are wildly off track. There's a request for an $800 donation of gravel. Approve it, don't approve it. I think going after the multiplex on a Rotary dinner is I don't know where we're at anymore.
It is a matter of being able to give everyone the information in its entirety. And that's what we seem to be lacking, is full information in quite a few areas of what's happening in other areas that do impact our budget. So it's complete information to be able to be provided so that everyone understands what exactly is happening, and that we are donating more than what is looking like for this particular celebrity dinner auction. Does anybody have a motion that they'd like to put on the floor? Oh, thank you, Councillor Stasiak. You're on mute. You're on mute, Councillor Stasiak. Oh.
I got it
Oh,
now.
there you go. There, you're good now.
Magic of technology. Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stasiak would like to give the recommended motion. The council approves community event grant funding of $2,500 for the Taste of Athabasca event and $800 in gravel for the Rotary Club Celebrity Dinner Auction fundraiser. I just have a quick question. Does the Rotary also do the community Taste of Athabasca event? Is that also Rotary?
We would have to ask the Taste of Athabasca.
Do we know?
On page E3 of the agenda, it says that's being operated by the Friends of the Athabasca Library, which I think is different than the Athabasca Rotary Club.
Okay. All right. So I'm taking, we don't want to split that. Anybody else have anything else to say? Okay, ready for the vote on the recommended motion from Councillor Stasiak. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. 9-0. We have the variance report, page 109 of your agenda package, the financial variance report from January 31st, 2026. It's 9.1 is the agenda item. And we have Director Daly and Mr. Lackey here. Would you like to weigh in on the report?
Nothing to add, Madam Chair, other than what I've written there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else have anything they would like to add here? Councillor Stasiak?
Yes, I was just scrambling through my papers. I started reading these sheets last night, and by the time I was done, I could speak fluent Chinese. My question is, what does the variance amount mean? Like, I'm on page 115, and then it says 100%. Does that mean we intend on spending 100% of the 945,550? Like, I see in other pages that I had underlined. I'm gonna quickly get to them. Yeah, so how are operating and investments tied together? Like, what does that really mean?
Madam Chair, in terms of the first question, you've seen 100% because we haven't spent anything. It's just a calculation. Basically, I take the budget minus actuals, and where it's a 0, it would come in as a blank, so it's 100%. If there's a variance, like if you look at the actual operating variance report, you'll see a variance in some cases. If there's a difference between the budget and actual, we just take that difference and divide it over the budget, and that's how we get the percentage.
Okay.
I included, in terms of the second question, Madam Chair, I included the investment summary just to show councillors where our investments, where our funds are currently at the end of January. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the information.
Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And I would think that if counselor would like to see the detail on an account that's possible, if they should so request.
Correct.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else want to add to conversation? If not, do we have a motion? Counselor Callahan would like to receive the January 31st, 2026 summary operating and capital financial variance report and investment summary as information. All those in favor? Any opposed? Awesome. Thank you very much once again for the work you do. Thank you. I believe we are moving to what we changed from 8.2B to be 9.2B, which is your community events calendar, page 156 of your agenda package. Let's get there. If it's okay, I'll start. I think that March 3rd, we have coffee with a cop at the town library at 10 a.m. And just a quick shout out there, starting this morning, the EPC grad 2026 class has an online through Facebook auction that they are raising funds for the grad, and it runs from today until March 8th with donations accepted until March 6th. Anybody else? Councillor Chamzik.
March 10th, the Atmore General Meeting is at 7 p.m. and on the 30th is Grasslands. And then for April 27th would be Grasslands as well.
Okay, sir.
7th.
So, and I'm just going to run it through Atmore AGM at what time?
Not AGM, General Meeting.
Oh, general meeting, sorry. Okay, and
At 7.
At 7, and Grassland General Meeting?
At 7 on the 30th of March, and then in April 27th would be Grassland General Meeting as well.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Callahan.
March 27th, 28th, and 29th is the SCARS fundraiser at the multiplex called Pucks for Paws.
For SCARS?
Correct.
Okay, 27th and 28th, yeah? And 29th. Okay, anybody else? Or Councillor Capitania?
March 2nd, we have the Collington Community Hall monthly meeting at 7 o'clock, and everyone's welcome to come, whether you're a member or not. And we are having the Collington first annual flea market on March 28th, and that is a daytime event. Anyone is welcome to join. It is $20 table, but also just come and shop, and it's an everything sale except live animals. And I made that rule. So we're selling almost anything except live animals.
Okay.
March 28th.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, we're having change in weather out there. If we have a motion for the calendars. Okay, Councillor Chamzik would like to make a motion to receive the calendars, community calendars as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, 9-0. We have moving to 9.2C on page 158 of your agenda package. This is the councillor calendars. Councillor Kapitaniak and then Deputy Reed Mins, please.
Yes, so we have moved our April, I believe, multiplex meeting to 5 o'clock. It's not even on there. Oh yeah, so April 20th. Multiplex is now going to be at 5 p.m. instead of 9:30. Okay. And then I just had a quick question, and I wondered if it was an error, if the church service on the 17th should not be on the community calendars versus a council meeting calendar.
No, actually, I have been requested to provide greetings for their opening ceremonies.
Is that that's that's something taxpayers pay for?
I have been requested to be there for opening ceremonies to provide greetings. So when that normally happens, it goes on our council calendar because it is a council request.
Well, yeah, I just never understood the, separation of church and state thing, but just thought it was a mistake, honestly. Honestly thought it was a mistake.
Thank you.
Wow, okay, yeah.
I do have
That's
the
wild.
invitation here that I could pass.
Maybe I can get an invitation to go to temple.
If anybody would like to see it, the invitation is there. Anybody else? Okay, hang on. We've got Deputy Reed Mins and then
I just
CA.
want to
Sorry.
point out, Madam Chair, unless it shows up on a different page, March 10th, remember that there is the meeting with Lac La Biche County.
10 to 4. Absolutely. Thank you. Deputy Reed Mins.
Stole half my thunder, but that's okay. So March 3rd is the Aspen Regional Water Service Commission meeting.
Changed from the 10th, correct?
Yeah, changed from the 10th so we could go meet with our friendly Bish County.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and Councillor Chamzik and then Councillor Chisholm.
For April 22nd, ASB and Deputy Reed Mins, can you help me? For some reason, I had April 13th for regional waste, but I see on the 27th it is there.
Yeah, there's that one got moved down.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You bet.
Okay, Councillor Chisholm.
Boyle Public Library is on March 24th at 6:00 PM.
And I'm sorry, that's Boyle Public Library, correct? Okay, 6 PM. All right. The March 11th for the Economic Development for Elected Officials course, that's from 9 to 3, just so folks know that's happening. And I don't know if everybody has responded to the attendance request or not, but please do. Do we have any other members for the Alberta Care Recycling Waste Management Conference? I believe, Councillor Stasiak, did you determine if you were still attending that conference?
No, I was going to, but unless my legs can stand that long of a ride, I have to decline.
So should we take that off the calendars for now?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't believe anybody else is attending. I have community transportation, April 7th at 10 AM. There is the Portage College Board of Governors luncheon that 6 of us, I believe, are attending. That is at 1 PM on the 16th of April. Just having a little look here. So here we are also kind of curious about a few things. The Committee of the Whole meeting, Councillor Kaptanik's idea of moving these meetings from Tuesdays to a Thursday has proven to be such an excellent idea, and I think it has really been well received. So how do we feel about considering moving the Committee of the Whole meeting to starting in May because of the change we already made in April? Starting in May, starting those, go ahead, please.
I love the idea. I find it works fantastic, especially with long weekends, as you know, they're usually very busy. I think it's a good consistency.
Okay. Thank you. This Deputy Reed Mins is the chair. How do you feel?
Yeah, whatever council wants to go with. I do agree. We come out of a council meeting and right back into another agenda. And yeah, let's move it to a Thursday. I think when we actually moved the council meetings, I brought that up, but it's just proven itself.
Yeah. There you go. Anybody else? Do we need a separate motion for that CAO? I know it's just terrible, the change in the weather. Do we need a separate motion from the calendars to move the committee?
Yeah, you should make a motion that
Separate.
you're, and if it, I was just trying to bring up our procedural bylaw on my phone while we're looking at it, but if we need to make a change, we'll bring it back. I think we needed to make some housekeeping stuff on the procedural bylaw anyways. There was some, whether or not council wants to play with it, that's your business, but there's actually some terms that need to be updated from FOIP to ATI and things like that. So we probably needed to bring the procedural bylaw back to you, Madam Chair.
So that is 6.6 of the procedural bylaw, that it does say meetings shall be held on the third Tuesday of every month. So we
Right.
would have to make that
So
change.
we'd maybe make a motion for to start those and for administration to bring back an amendment. And in the meantime, if council agrees, you can move the meeting times, right?
Okay.
You're allowed to.
Okay. Thank you very much. So if we can do that motion, and I think we have still more conversation to take place on this calendar. So let's just do that motion now. Okay, so all those in favor of changing the Committee of the Whole meeting to the third Thursday of every month? Are there any opposed? I see 9 and 0 on that one. Thank you. So there was another thing that I wanted to ask about, being that March 24th Committee of the Whole will still be forward. I know we had the motion out there for regarding the water rates. I know you guys are super, super busy and I wasn't sure what the plan was for the utility rate bylaw to come back to council in March. I had to kind of thought, oh, it might be coming in the 12th and then maybe we might need to have more conversation on it, or maybe it's not soon, the 12th is too soon. And maybe that we could consider the 24th committee of the whole to change that to a special meeting with the same agenda as a regular committee of the whole, just to accommodate the utility rates bylaw so that we can get that completed prior to another billing period in April. But I didn't know where our administration was in there.
Madam Chair, I just spoke to the people working on it and the council motion said February or March.
Correct. Yeah, so.
So we intended to be there in March.
Okay, so I guess if we don't see it on March 12th, we can have that conversation for the 24th committee of the whole, if we would like to change it to a special meeting at that time, just so that we can try and hammer that out, have that out, or we can wait till the 26th. I wasn't sure where it was coming. So other than that, I think if we got everything going for the calendars, everybody's satisfied, Councillor Hall?
Move to receive them as amended.
Okay, if we're ready for the motion, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? Thank you, 9-0. We have, I believe, motion to go into close from Deputy Reeve Minns. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. Perfect. Thank you very much, Jordan. Coming out of closed, we have one motion to make, and that is Councillor Chamzik would like to appoint Belinda Haig, Joyce Butson, and Carol Epp for a term ending December 31st, 2028 as members at large on the Athabasca County Library Board. I think I got that right. Okay. All those in favor? And opposed? We have 7-1. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting today at 2:11.